Well, this is nice, but we don't have any audio. That's Michael Birch. That's Marino. Ayrton.
Has basically changed from this 250F to that Ferrari.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this, yeah, and then off the palace, the yachts are bobbing in the harbour, the champagne corks are popping, race engines are being fired up. It's the 14th Monaco Historic. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Marriott. Alongside me, a man who's reported almost 50 Monaco Grand Prix. It's Bob Constanduros. It's qualification day here for Sunday's 8 different races. We'll be across all of them, plus a spectacular lunchtime Senna parade. Bob, cars from 100 years ago to 40. So what's the format and what's the first race or first qualification we're going to see now?
Well, yes, they're all different divisions, various different classes as well within those divisions. They are divided by engine capacity, by front and rear engines, by disc brakes and drum brakes as well, by ground effect, non-ground effect. So each group of cars has a different type of specification. For example, we start off with Series A2 front-engine Grand Prix cars built before 1961. And we've got 26 of those practiced yesterday, and hopefully we're going to see 26. You can see the participants coming up on the screen.
Yeah, we got iconic Maserati 250Fs. We got some Ferraris, a lovely little Dino. And of course, we've also got the Lotus 16s, always quick round here. Originally, Graham Hill, I remember driving one of those around here. But the big story in this is last year, a lady called Claudia Hürtgen, a German woman who raced here and won here 24 years ago, was put into a car at the very last minute, owned by Alex Birkenstock of the shoe company. And She wasn't entered in the car for this meeting, and suddenly she is in the same car defending her title from last year, and she is quick. I mean, 24 years ago she was winning here. It's incredible. Now, we should explain that this event is only every 2 years, and the other intervening year, of course, is the Le Mans Classic, so that's how they work it. So that's only every 2 years as well. But this is going to be interesting. We've got some real British interest here as well with Marino Franchitti.
Yeah, just to go back to the origins of this Monaco Historics in 1997, it was to commemorate the 700th anniversary of the Grimaldi family, which is the royal family here in Monaco. And that was the origins of it, and it's taken place on average, I think we can say, every 2 years. Occasionally it was 3 years, and then it was 1 year gaps, but on average it's every 2 years.
COVID got in the way a bit, didn't it? Yes, and then but also we have had in this race in the past British winners, of course, and very interesting car, a guy called Tony Wood in a thing called a Tech-Mech. Now, the Tech-Mech only ever raced in one Grand Prix. It was a Maserati 250F base, but they changed the rear suspension, and it was meant to be the latest phase of the car, but I think the money ran out before they really got it going. Since then, the car, of course, has been developed like 50 years later, and suddenly the thing's really quick. So I think Tony Wood is going to be right in this.
And that's a story I think we'll find throughout the weekend, throughout today particularly. There's so many cars that perhaps weren't properly developed, didn't have the money behind them, all the way up to the Fittipaldis, if you like, didn't have the money behind them. Since then, they've had a lot of work done on them, a lot of development, and have become much more competitive than they were in periods. So to some extent, you'll expect to see rather strange orders. Now, there's a bit of a divide here between the Cooper Bristols, the Maseratis, the Lotuses, front-engine Lotuses, no rear-engined, and the Maseratis. So, and also, of course, we've got the Ferguson as well, which was not really a Formula One car at the time, but raced in a Formula One meeting and won the Gold Cup at Alton Park.
Yeah, four-wheel drive. I was there, Bob. One of the first Formula One races I ever attended. I was taken there for a birthday, and of course Sterling Moss won that race. Car later went down to Australia in the Tasman Series, driven mainly by a guy called Jack Fairman. Bit of a journeyman, but still did a very good job in that car. Four-wheel drive. Developed by a chap called Harry Ferguson, who was best known for tractors. But it's interesting, the car has changed hands recently. The new German owner has been receiving a lot of coaching from a guy who's won here a lot called Stuart Hall. And Stuart told me yesterday that he's going to make a little bit, he could be going quite well. I think he was about halfway down in practice. Just explain that yesterday we had a complete day of practice, didn't count towards the grid, and that practice saw quite a few shunts, actually. It's brutal around here, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, it is the classic, iconic racing circuit of all time, certainly a street circuit. I suppose there's three big circuits, aren't there? The trilogy is Indianapolis, Le Mans, and here.
People talk about track limits these days in Formula One and Porsches and all sorts of things. Track limits here don't really exist. If you go off out of the track limit, you're in the barrier, and it's very solid.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of places where you can overshoot, aren't there?
Yeah. Mirabeau, for example, the chicane, and also Saint-Devote.
Look at this scene of the yachts. Now, in 2 weeks' time, you'll be here again, Bob, for the Monaco Grand Prix for current Formula One cars.
All that lot in the middle of your screen will have grown hugely.
Yes, there'll be much bigger yachts. Yeah. Now, the interesting thing, the cars that you will see will all look pretty well the same, the shape of them. As Formula One developed, and we'll see it through this whole meeting as we go towards the latest cars in 1985, all those cars were designed by guys with pencils. Now they're all designed on a computer, of course, a guy with a keyboard. And obviously everything's converged, of course, computer says do this, but back in even in the 80s, there was lots of different thoughts of how to get the performance in the best way. So the car's out on the track now, and the first thing, look, what a magnificent sight. 250F Maseratis side by side
coming down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And into the tunnel. When they raced here, that tunnel was completely different. It was sort of rounded, shorter tunnel.
So we've got something like 26 cars out there. We're expecting to see, as I said before, Cooper Bristols, there's a Connaught, there's a couple of Gordinis, Ferrari, Maserati, Talbot Lago, a Lotus, the one Scarab, which actually in period failed to qualify here, but good to see Mark Shaw from Scotland in that car. And we've seen Julian Bronson in that car in the past.
Yeah,
it is the same
car, and I think that's going to be very competitive. And
but it wasn't in period. It was very uncompetitive. But since then, huge amount of work's been done on it, and lots of testing, which is they never did before. And now you could say it could be competitive.
You did mention the Ferguson four-wheel drive. I believe it was the last front-engine car to win a Formula One race. And also, the one car we don't have here that was one of the last Formula One front-engine cars was Aston Martin, but we don't have one of those this time. But we got pretty well everything else of that period. And there's a Lotus 16, and pretty soon we'll be getting some times up. We'll give them a couple of laps and see who gets to the front. But watch out also for Marino Franchitti, former winner of the Sebring 12 Hours. His brother, better known brother, of course, Dario, was supposed to be here this weekend, but he's still very much involved in the Ganassi Indy team, so at the last minute he had to go there. But he wasn't going to be in this race, he's going to be in a later race, and there.
That's the Tech-Mech.
That's a Tech-Mech
that you were talking about earlier on. And
yeah.
You can see it's a lot lighter. It looks a lot slimmer than the 250F, which is quite bulky, quite heavy looking.
And the 250F's got old-fashioned leaf springs, where I believe the Tech-Mech has got a more modern rear suspension system. We might get a close look through that tricky chicane, just taking a little bit of curb.
And it's always fascinating to look at a whole range of cars. When you've got, say, half a dozen Maserati 250Fs, they're all different. They're not the same at all. Whereas these days you would have an absolutely identical car.
Yes.
In those days, each person modified them as they wished.
Now you see a big rollover cage on that car. That wouldn't have been there in period.
Here he goes through Rascasse, and you can see on these skinny tyres, they're scrabbling for grip all the way around. They put a certain amount of rubber down yesterday, and now we're getting some competitive times. We should from John Spears, first of all, at 2 minutes 18, and the Spanish driver Guillermo Fierro Eleta and Tony Wood, 2 minutes dead.
Fierro Eleta's been a winner here in the sports car race, and just looking at the results, so Tony Wood in that Tech-Mech, 2 years ago, the last event here, was second to Claudia Hürtgen in a Ferrari. He won in 18 and he won in 16.
So Tony Wood definitely one of the front runners. As I say, 2 minutes dead is his fastest time, or his quick time at the moment. How much quicker it gets, we will see. But the camera's following the Tech-Mech all the way around. So
the second at the moment is a man who used to run a wholesale butchers, but he's retired now. I used to call him a sausage king. I spoke to him yesterday, and he's Max Smith-Hilliard. I said, are you Max Smith-Hilliard or just Max Hilliard? Because that's what on the car. He says, I don't mind. So I think they call him Max Hilliard because it's quicker. And then
Joachim Folch-Rusinol, the paint king of Spain.
Yes, he is. And I've been racing in historics for a long time and quick.
Third fastest at the moment.
So we were talking about Marino Franchitti. He's just gone fifth fastest. And there's a late substitute, isn't there, with Stefan de Groot, who's a current racer. This Methusalem team from Germany, who Claudia Hürtgen's driving for them.
But that's John Spears on the screen, as it says, the English driver.
Yeah, John was winning last weekend at Donington in a very different car, the TVR. And John Spears, a multi-millionaire, sold his business, which was an investment company. I think it was 165 million. No, he paid a lot of tax because he paid a lot of tax. Yeah, it helps. So he's a lovely bloke. And I think he's 72 years old, but he's still very, very quick.
Well, that's the point. It's something we're going to see a lot of. We'll see drivers who are in multiple different machinery. They've got multiple different machinery. If you've got as much money as John Spears sold his company for, you've got lots of different cars, and you can be racing virtually every weekend. And when you take the helmet off, there can be an awful lot of grey hair, and you'll see a lot of that.
Not very much hair at all, like me and not like you.
But that's something we'll see a lot of this weekend. And a lot of these drivers with a huge amount of experience in various different cars. This is Claudia Hurtgen on the screen at the moment in number 20. Yeah, that's the Ferrari Dino, 2.4 litres, 6-cylinder.
Beautiful little car. And again, two Maseratis almost side by side going down onto the harbour.
At 48, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the great Sterling Moss, there was a marvellous event in London 2 or 3 or 4 days ago, wasn't it, for Sterling, celebrating his life, and he loved the 250F Maserati, and he thought it was just a magnificent car to drive.
Well, Marino Franchitti said exactly the same thing. He said it's the nicest racing car he's ever driven. It's just a pure joy to drive.
That car owned by his father-in-law, who happened to be a drummer. He's a drummer, I suppose.
He still is.
Yeah.
He has a band called The Saucer Full of Secrets.
Does he?
And that is Nick Mason, of course, formerly of Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd, yeah. And Nick Mason does not look like a rock star. He looks more like a backman. He doesn't mind me saying that. And he came out of a motor racing family. His father was one of the very first motor racing filmmakers.
That's right. He made films for Shell, didn't he?
He did. Well, John Spears is still at the top of the list, so that's a bit of a surprise. So I don't think we've seen Spears here in his 250F before. And I see Max Hilliard just gone fastest in the first sector.
John Spears, founder of Best Invest.
That's what he sold, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he sold.
He's also represented England in the World Golf Croquet Championship.
Yes, I don't know what golf croquet is, but...
Do you think you play croquet, but as though you're playing golf? I don't know, or vice versa, maybe.
Maybe you find him with a paddock. Yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah.
So he's driven, as you say, the TVR. He's had an Ocella, Lotus Cortina, E-Type. He was in the 250F here 2 years ago. When
was it?
7th.
Oh, so yes.
So Spears, Hurtgen, Smith Hilliard, and then Wood in 4th place at the moment, Franchitti in 5th, and then 6th is Mark Shaw. Then it's Fiero Aleta in 7th, Fulch Roussillon in 8th place, the two Spaniards there. Then Stefan de Ruyter in 9th, who is down here as French, even though he sounds very Dutch. And 10th is Ewan Sergeson, the Scotsman from the Midlands of England. So that's the order at the moment, but it can all change. Still 15 minutes to go.
Golf croquet is a sort of faster version of croquet, apparently. And it's not quite... It's a bit like, you know, cricket with different disciplines, yeah.
Is it a good walk spoiled even more?
I don't know. Oh, there's lots of tactics, aren't there? And we got going backwards the 14 car of Julia de Baldanza.
That's at Mirabeau. She's gone straight on there. Fortunately, you can go straight on there and not hit anything.
Yeah.
So if you miss your braking, that's the best choice. Just go straight on, reverse, do a spin turn or anything like that.
That's the earlier, we talked a lot about 250F Maserati. That's the earlier car from 1952, the A6 GCM. I should know what GCM stands for. I can't remember.
And there's 4 different classes actually in this group, so that's probably it's from the earlier class. Julia de Baldanza, she's in class 3, which is F1 cars from 54 to 60 under 2 litres or 750cc supercharged. So as you can see, there are various different subcategories as well. Spears, Hurtgen, Smith Hilliard, Wood, then Franchitti and Shaw, Fiero Aleta, Fulch Roussillon, de Groot and Schlereff in the Ferguson up into 10th place. So all that coaching has borne fruit at the moment. Interesting bunch of drivers here.
Yeah. Stefan de Groot used to race, I mean, he's 44 years old now, from Haarlem in Holland, but he did race quite successfully in Formula 3 back 20 years ago. And he did some races actually in the UK in the British Formula 3 Championship. I thought I knew his name.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he is from Holland.
Yes.
Even though he's down here as a Frenchman. So
I wonder what Tony Wood has got in the tank. You know, he's been a winner here. Currently, he's languishing in 4th place. How far is he off the pace? 1 point. I mean, the first 4 are separated by about 1.4 seconds, and Wood has just gone fastest in the longest sector, the middle sector. We have a timing screen here, as you would in a Formula 1 race, which has got the track split into 3 sectors. I presume they're the same sectors they have in Formula 1, Bob. And so we can tell when they're on a lap, just like commentators on modern Formula 1 race can, who's making progress in the middle of the lap.
Tony Wood goes fastest.
Tony Wood goes fast. Back in the day, when these cars were racing, we found out who was fastest about half an hour after the session was over.
That's about right.
And a bit later on, you and I, what we used to do is all the teams had their own timekeepers, specialist timekeepers. Often the wives, people like Helen Stewart and so on, but Matra had their own special timekeeping woman who did it all on stopwatches and doing a lot of very quick mental arithmetic. And at the end of the session, you go around 3 or 4 of them and get a consensus of what the times were, and the actual time for the practice session will not be published till half an hour later. And usually, all the timekeeping, and they were all female, were right.
So once again, we are following Tony Wood, the man who at the moment is fastest, from John Spears, Claudia Hurtgen, Smith Hilliard, Franchitti in 5th, and Mark Shaw in 6th. Mark Shaw from Scotland. So we've got a couple of Scots here. We've got Ewan Surgeson as well, back in 12th place at the moment now. So Tony Wood quickest, but we've still got 11.25 minutes to go of the session.
I was talking to Marino yesterday, and he said he's still really learning how to drive this 250F. I mean, you know, he's raced a lot of modern cars, particularly in America. He won the Sebring 12 hours for Ganassi a few years ago. It's a very different piece of kit, really. And he said, I'm still finding things out about how to make it go quicker.
And really, this is not the place to learn, is it?
Not really, is it? I mean, we see him racing this car at things like the Silverstone Historic Festival.
Talbot Lago there, and number 30 there is Fierro Eleta, the slower of the 2 Spaniards in the race, but not particularly slow. In fact, there's actually another Spaniard who's even slower, but that's...
Well, slow is a relative word in this turn. And the Talbot Lago, I got a dinky of that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And of course, Richard Pilkington used to race one of those, and the Talbot Lago is very, very well known.
Meanwhile, I just saw the Lotus 16, and I think, here it is. And what's significant about the helmet? You missed it. He's wearing a Graham Hill helmet with the London Rowing Club. Iconic helmet, the same that his son Damon Hill raced with, and Damon Hill's son also with the actual stripes, if you see the end of them, they're rowing blades. And I mean, it started, they all wore a cap with that same on it, and I think it was Graham's wife Betty encouraged him to put that on his crash helmet.
Smith Hilliard's gone fastest with Marino Franchitti in 2nd spot. Tony Wood is now in 3rd, John Spears 4th, Hurtgen very quick in the 1st sector on this lap in 5th place, and Mark Shaw in 6th. So it's changing all the time. Oh, someone's squeezing through there in the Maserati. Just gets through. Was that Claudia Hurtgen? Yeah, Claudia Hurtgen in the Ferrari. Apologies, in the Dino.
About 9 minutes to go, I think, and Claudia Hurtgen just fastest, turning it purple, as we say in this business.
And she's squeezing through, getting past all the slower cars. The Ferrari 246, of course, is the car that Mike Hawthorne won the 1958 World Championship in.
Yeah, in the classic battle against Sterling Moss, of course.
Yeah, who was in the Van Wall.
And which he never really liked much, he told me once. He much preferred to handle the 250F. The Van Wall cars built by Tony Vandervelde, Vandervelde Bearings, and his son Colin, a great racing driver in his time. He lives here in Monaco. Lots of racing drivers, of course, living in Monaco.
Hurtgen goes up into third spot. So it's Smith-Hilliard fastest from Franchitti second, Hurtgen third, Tony Wood in fourth, John Spears fifth, Mark Shaw in sixth, then the two Spaniards, Fierro Aleta and Folch-Roussillon. And Fierro Aleta improves, goes up into fifth place, pushes John Spears back to sixth. So it's changing regularly. And the owner of the Ferguson, Australian, Thomas Schlereth, still in 10th place.
When I spoke to him, he sounded very German.
Australian, according to this.
Australian nationality, maybe.
Maybe Australian licence.
He was definitely speaking with a German accent. Tall man, and as I said, been coached by Stuart Hall. Where is the Ferguson at the moment? Oh, in 10th. So I think that's a very good result for him. You know, that car's, it's not easy. Stuart's driven the car, and he says you can't really feel that it's four-wheel drive. You can't feel the effect. But in the rain, of course, a different matter.
Which Stuart is that?
Stuart Hall.
Or Stuart Rolls?
No.
Or Jackie Stewart?
Oh, well, that's very interesting, because Stuart Rolls' family, of course, were part of that whole development. So Stuart Hall, who's double winner here 2 years ago, and has been coaching this guy. Oh, that was close to the barrier, wasn't it?
Oh, she's very quick on this lap, Claudia Hurtgen.
Yeah.
She actually ended her single-seater career, original single-seater career, here by badly injuring her hand in a Formula 3 race. So she ended the single-seater career, went off and did other things, and now has come back and is back in the single-seater. Aged, where we shouldn't really talk about a lady's age, but she's, well, there she goes, fastest. Whatever her age is, she's fast enough to go fastest overall, Claudia Hurtgen.
It was the 93 Formula 3 race. I think she was upside down as well, trapped in it, if I remember. She'd had some, you know, subsequently had class wins at the Daytona 24 Hours. She's won a couple of DTM races. I think she's the only woman to have done that. She won the Dubai 24 Hours overall. She's had good results at Spa. Just tremendous competitor.
6 minutes to go of the session. Hurtgen fastest then from Smith-Hilliard second, Franchitti third, Wood in fourth, Spears in fifth place, and then Mark Shaw in sixth, then Fierro Aleta and Folch-Roussillon seventh and eighth, De Groot in ninth place, and Thomas Schlereth in 10th place at the moment, and those are covered by 8 seconds. It's quite a big gap. So Hurtgen is fastest by 0.8 of a second, roughly speaking. But then Smith-Hilliard is only 0.04 ahead of Marino Franchitti, so it's still all to play for. And Hurtgen very quick in the first sector on this lap again, so she's really stringing together some quick laps.
And out of the top 10, but there's some well-known drivers and people involved in the sport. There's Jeffrey O'Neill there. He's in 14th place. He runs a historic festival over in Sonoma Raceway, in right in the heart of the wine area in California. And we got also, we'll see probably much nearer the front in the next race, Michael Birch. If you catch sight of somebody with a Rubens Barrichello helmet on, it's him. And Michael's got a big string of racing cars, but is always very successful in the Le Mans Classic in the pre-war Talbot sports cars.
So Hurtgen...
Do you know the thing I love about that Ferrari is where the carburetors are under a plastic cover. You can see them, and we just had a great shot. You see it again, look. See the little blister on the front? And there you see the carburetors.
The Scarab at the moment, Mark Shaw doing a good job in 6th place in the Scarab. That was, of course, Lance Reventlow's hobby team, if you like, from the United States. Wanted to conquer Formula One, but it came out just at the wrong moment, because at that time rear-engine Formula One cars were beginning to win, and it just arrived at the wrong moment, and all of a sudden it scarcely arrived, and it was outclassed.
Scarab and Aston Martin at the same time. I was just doing a little sum earlier on. In this meeting, there's about 50, just over 50 different makes of car. We haven't talked about the sports car race yet, because we've got 7 Formula One races and 1 sports car race. A very good reason for that. There's just over 50 different makes. But looking at the ones, most of those have been in Formula One. well over 40. Three of them, maybe four of them in a way remain though. So obviously we've still got Ferrari in there, we've still got McLaren in there, we're going to see some McLarens later, and we've still got Aston Martin there. They've been in and out of Formula One a lot, of course, and
Williams.
And we've still got Williams, of course it's changed its ownership just the once actually. But all the others, the Formula One teams, are long gone. We've got a lot of ex-Formula One mechanics here. We were in a hotel with 2 or 3 very well-known mechanics from top teams and engineers, and they're hosting some trips around the paddock. You couldn't have better hosts, could you? People like Dave Luff and so on. So Hurtgen is going faster again, Bob, isn't she? Look, that last lap was the fastest yet, and now she's pulled out almost a second on Max Hilliard or Smith Hilliard.
Over a second.
Yeah. Yeah, 1.2, as you say, and Marino in there in third, and then Wood fourth. I think it's going to be a hugely entertaining race tomorrow. Just to recap for everyone, today is all qualifying, but we're going to have a great Ayrton Senna parade at lunchtime, and then all the races are tomorrow. We're live streaming all of this. All the action will be here on whichever stream you pick. It doesn't matter which stream you pick, Bob, you still get us.
Great, yeah, exactly. Great improvement from the 2 Spaniards. In fact, Roussillon's gone up into 4th place, pushing Fierro Aleta back into 5th place. So great improvement from that. Fierro actually won in 2021 here. There were only 7 entries, so there weren't very many of them here. Roussillon was 3rd in 2018. Fierro Aleta was 5th. So the Spaniards have been the great competitors in this class. They were 4th and 5th in 2016, so they've been around for a while.
Yeah, I don't know why, but he's based in Malta. He's a Spaniard based in Malta. I think he's in the financial world. There'll be a reason, won't there? John Spears in 8th. The ex-Formula 3 racer, the Groot now is in 9th, and the fabulous Ferguson. Have we seen the Ferguson on screen yet?
I don't think we've seen it.
No, it'd be lovely if our director could pick up that number 62 car.
Now, we haven't got any purple on our screen, which indicates the best time in a sector, so we haven't got that yet, but we've only got a minute to go.
Yes, indeed, and so, well, last year's winner, 2 years ago winner, doing a great job of defending that champion position. And Claudia Hurtgen. Here's the Scarab look. So Hurtgen, Franchitti, Smith Hilliard.
Tremendous there, Mark Shaw getting through Rascasse with lots of power. You can hear the tyres scrabbling. Mark Shaw runs a family property business in Aberdeen, but the checker flag is being readied. There are just a matter of seconds to go. It's still Hurtgen fastest from Franchitti, then Smith Hilliard, Roussillon, Fierro Aleta, Mark Shaw in 6th, then Tony Wood in 7th. Surprising Tony Wood back there. And then John Spears in 8th, Stefan de Groot in 9th place, and Thomas Schlereth in 10th place, who's managed to maintain that 10th place very well. And the checker flag is now out. Checker flag for the end of the session.
And it is just one session, so that will set the grid for tomorrow's A2 race, front-engine Grand Prix cars built before 1961.
So what a superb session for Claudia Hurtgen.
So Bob, when you and I first came here to report the Formula One race, because the circuit was slightly different, wasn't it? Well, we didn't have the swimming pool section. There was corners like the station hairpin and the gasworks hairpin, of course, all changed their names. And station hairpin's still the same trace around it. What was the gasworks, and now La Rascasse, and that corner's been it turns left before it turns right now.
And of course, the station, well, the station's moved about 3 times.
It has,
the station itself. Yeah.
Here's the Ferguson look, 62 car
yep.
in the Rob Walker colours, because Rob Walker racing team from Surrey operated that car on behalf of Ferguson Research. And Sterling Moss, of course, racing the car and winning that famous race at Old Park, the Gold Cup. I think next we're going to go back in time, aren't we, Bob, to the pre-war Formula One cars?
That should be it next, coming up next. So qualifying over for these front-engine Grand Prix cars built before 1961, with Hertgen fastest from Marino Franchitti, Hertgen in the Ferrari Dino, from Marino Franchitti in the Maserati 250F, then Smith-Hilliard in third spot, driving the Lotus 16, and then fourth, Volks-Rusinolf in the Spanish driver. He's driving classic Team Lotus's Lotus 16, and then fifth, Guillermo Fierro Aleta, and he is in a Maserati 250F as well. And then in sixth place, Mark Shaw in the Scarab Formula One car.
Bit of a story with that. He's had a new engine built by Offenhauser. Offenhauser used to make the engines for Indianapolis, and it wasn't quite ready. He was hoping to have the new engine for here, so that engine a little bit tired, I think. So 2 years' time, so that could explain why he's where he is. But mind, it's a pretty good result anyway.
Yeah.
Well, look at that shot of the harbour, as you say, Bob. There'll be a lot bigger. I mean, there are a few big ones in here, aren't there? Don't know if you've ever stayed on one of those yachts. I once stayed on the ex-Eddie Jordan yacht in Cannes at the film festival, which is another story, really, but it was spectacular, I have to say. And now just cycling through the results here, all the way down to 24th. Marshall Bailey in the Lotus 16. That must have had a problem being right down there.
Yes, I mean, there are some very good cars there, aren't there?
And both those, and you Surgeson as well, I would have expected to be higher up. Otherwise, pretty well as we thought it might be. Well, a great job by Marino, I have to say. He said he's getting to grips with that 250F. And how nice of his father-in-law. Would you like to marry into a family that can provide you with a 250F to race? Terrific. But,
not only a 250F, I mean, he's got a huge number of cars.
I'm hoping to get Marino up here a bit later in the box. He said he'd come. But, I mean, that family is so engrossed in motor racing. Of course, they're related to Paul di Resta as well. Some people who know as a Formula One racer for Williams for a while. And,
Yeah, and let's not forget Holly Mason, as she was before she married Marino. She races as well.
Yes, she does.
So both Mr. and Mrs.
And Nick obviously raced. He raced at Le Mans, and his wife's raced. I mean, they're all raced.
Yeah.
But the Franchittis, who really are embrace the whole of motor racing history. I mean, Dario is a fantastic historian and a huge fan. Jim Clark, the famous Scotch border farmer, world champion, was his hero.
So we're about to see the front engine. Here it is. There's the highlights of it. This is the queue of cars waiting to go out onto the circuit. Number 18. That is
Jean-Jacques Bally, is it?
Jean-Jacques Bally, oui, in the Gordini. Yeah, there were some Gordinis. We didn't mention them, but there were some Gordinis out there as well.
Yeah, French Gordinis.
A little underpowered, weren't they?
Yeah.
So
there was one with a lot of murals on it, which we didn't really think was quite period, but it was fun.
Yeah, it's nicely done, if not entirely suitable in terms of paint job. So number 30, there is Joachim Volks-Rusinolf.
60, there's the Tech Mech.
That's the Tech Mech, which ended up in 7th place in the end.
Yeah, big disappointment. Previous winner, of course.
Yeah. Tony Wood and 34 there is that's John Spears, who ended up in 8th place, still in the top 10. And you can see that the Maserati is a bit heavier than the Tech Mech. Number 20 Claudia Hertgen started to make her presence felt in that lovely little Ferrari Dino 246. Dino, of course, the name of Enzo Ferrari's son, who died early as a young man.
And the Imola racetrack's named after him as well, isn't it? And there's obviously Dino road cars, Ferrari Dino road cars, which I've always coveted one. And I did do the Motoring News road test. Oh, here's a bit of action.
That's number 44. That's Max Smith-Hilliard, who ends up in 3rd place at the end of the session. So good effort in the little Lotus.
And with the Graham Hill crash, Graham Hill, David Hill, London Rowing Cup crash helmet we mentioned.
So number 58, that is Stefan de Groot in what was the 9th placed Maserati 250F also.
Yeah, it's for that stable, same stable as Claudia Hurtgen's car. I think it's at Methuselah Racing. Yeah,
they swapped cars basically.
They did now.
Stefan de Groot, certainly a good stand-in for Claudia Hurtgen.
Methuselah is a champagne bottle that holds 6 litres, isn't it? But also a god, an ancestor of Noah, I think, way back. So there's the Scarab.
There's the Scarab overtaking Guy Plant, and checkered flag for the end of the session. So 25-minute session, fortunately mainly without incident, and Claudia Hurtgen comes out on top. Well done to her. Ahead of Marina Franchitti 2nd, Max Smith-Hilliard in 3rd, Joachim Folz-Rusinov in 4th, Guillermo Fierro Aleta in 5th, and Mark Shaw 6th.
Yeah, and just on the screen now, our French commentator. We don't hear him. He's just updating the French side. But good practice session. Claudia Hurtgen, delighted to see her having won the race last time. There on the pole, and so first one here 24 years ago.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Just looking out of our box, what a great view we've got, Bob. We're looking up at the palace, and I said in my opener, the sun glinting off the palace walls, and it really is. And the Grimaldi family, of course, this little enclave in the south of France, but it's separate principality, and such a magical place. Just looking here at Gilles Villeneuve, Ferrari, and I was very much involved with a film about the Villeneuve-Pironi battles when this car was new.
Well, we'll see this car later, won't we?
We will, yeah. So that film came out last year, and we got some great interviews with Gilles' wife and with Pironi's twin boys, you know, who one of them worked with Lewis Hamilton as a race engineer, but I think he's moved to the Ferrari sports car program now. But similar car, Jody Scheckter has got a similar car to this, but the one a bit later, won the World Championship, and it's for sale this weekend, I believe.
This weekend or in 2 weeks' time?
Well, maybe it's 2 weeks' time, but anyway, in upcoming couple of weeks, his whole collection is being sold for whatever reason.
There is absolutely no legroom in that, is there? Look at the between your foot and the barrier. It's not very much.
Just see behind the cars being pushed back into the paddock area. The paddock area here is great because it's all alongside the harbour, and then the very latest cars, the G group, which we'll see right at the end of the day, the fastest of all kind of ground effect cars, they have the main garages that used in the Grand Prix. But it's quite compact. You can walk down and see all the cars, all the groups, and they're very well signposted. I'm not sure without a pass whether you can get down there, Bob, but this is a wonderful event to come to, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. And this is all the area which is covered in motorhomes and that sort of thing, support trucks as well during the Grand Prix. But as you can see, there's a temporary structure covering all the cars apart from that G category, the latest category.
Yeah, they've got proper garages. Yeah. Not that these guys are complaining at all. So
it's a bit cramped, but they adapt, don't they?
Yeah, well, all the cars are laid out together. I mean, when you walk around these cars, and you see the evolution of the Formula One car.
Absolutely, it's right in front of you.
Yeah. I don't know what they'll do in the future, whether they'll have another class, because now we're getting the youngest class of cars, 40 years old now, and they have moved the classes around a bit in the past here. and split them up in slightly different ways. And at one stage, we used to have a Formula Junior race.
But the reason that they stop at 40 is that it got complicated with turbocharging.
Yeah.
It's complicated and expensive, and that's a very good reason for them stopping at the G class. And I think that's probably why. And I can't see them restarting because turbocharged cars are expensive to maintain, very difficult to run, very complicated to run. You've got to have laptops, you've got to have so many different sensors on the car, etc., etc. Up until then, it was relatively simple.
Yes, because with DFEs mainly, plug them in, plug and play they were really, weren't they? And no, absolutely right, Bob. I think that I don't think they'll go into the next era. And of course, these cars give great racing. They do race regularly, but in a different. All the Formula One cars. I mean, there's a lot more Formula One cars than race on a regular basis. A lot come out especially for the event. But there's the Masters Series, which the ownership has just changed actually from British to French. That they run regular races for the mainly DFE cars. Great thing about this is we see Ferraris, so we see Alfa Romeo, we see Formula One non-DFE Formula One cars here, a lot of them. Whereas in the Master Series runs over the whole season, there's very few non-DFE cars in that.
Yeah, there's only about 8 races, I think, in the Masters Series.
Yes.
And of course, there are certain races that are absolutely iconic for historic racing. This obviously being one of them, the Goodwood Revival, Le Mans Classic, the Nürburgring Old Timer, the Spa Classic as well, the Silverstone Classic. All those are regular high-profile events.
I mean, it's an interesting thing in Britain. The biggest motor racing event outside the British Grand Prix is the Goodwood Revival, and probably the next one is the Goodwood members meeting and the Silverstone. In that Silverstone does have some more modern vehicles, quite a lot of sort of historic touring cars, and it's races like obviously the Le Mans Classic is dedicated, as of course it should be, being a little more 24 hours revival to just sports cars. Lots of different classes there. I did it last year, I've done it before. That's a marvellous event too. But very cleverly, they don't clash them. It's alternate years.
And then in the States, of course, presumably you've got Monterey.
Yes, Monterey's the biggest one.
There are various classics there as well.
And the Masters Group do run a Formula One series over there as well. And say this is a festival at Sonoma that the chap was in the previous practice session runs. And anyway, we're getting ready now for Series A1, which is the oldest cars that we have racing here. And this is a slightly smaller grid. And just looking here, we've got wonderful ERAs, English Racing Autos. And we suspect that an ERA could be fastest in this.
Well, this is very much, again, a sort of slightly national type of thing with the Bugattis, which was introduced, the Bugatti 35 was introduced exactly 100 years ago. Amazing to think that, and here they are still racing. And the ERAs, there's a pair of ERAs, both of which have been owned by Paddins Dowling, and he drives one of them, and the second is now raced by Brad Baker, the Canadian driver. And then there's some Maseratis as well, 4cm, 6cms as well, and also Voiturettes, which are those under 1500cc. In fact, the ARA won its class here in Monaco, I think in 1935 or 36. In 36, they dominated what was called the Rainier Cup, which was for 1.5 litres. 1, 2, 3, led by Bira's R2B, that's Romulus rather than Remus, which is racing this weekend. Marcel Lehoux and Nicky Embaricus in their private cars. 1, 2, 3, beating the Mitre Maserati. There were something like 17 R-type ERAs produced before 1939. R5B was completed in March 1936 with a 1.5 litre engine and a Murray Jameson supercharger, and it was named Remus, and it was owned by Prince Chula of Siam and driven by his brother Was it cousin?
Definitely his cousin.
Vera. And then Tony Rolt, and then it was modified by Freddie Dixon. And that car, and then R10B, which is the other ERA, was completed in 1936. Similar engine, first owned by Peter Whitehead, and then Peter Walker as well.
Yeah, at different times, Prince Bira had 3 different ERAs. There's another one that was Romulus, Remus and Hanuman, if you remember. And the racing colours of Siam are blue and yellow, and quite recently I wrote an article about it, did quite a bit of research on the colour scheme. But Prince Bira was given R2B, car we're going to see Dowling racing in, for his 21st birthday. That was a nice present.
By his cousin.
And by his cousin, who wrote a couple of books about Prince Bira's racing exploits, mainly based in the UK. And it's a marvellous period read, actually. Terrific books. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll see an ERA in just a moment here, waiting in the pit lane. Meanwhile, that's is it Rolf Emmerling?
Yep, and his Riley Brooklands.
Yep.
And we've seen him here. It's his 7th historic, in fact.
Yes, and there's a Bugatti, the iconic shape of the radiator.
Martin Halusa, the Austrian finance. It was UK-based. I don't know if he still is.
I think he's based in Monaco now, but he started something called Apax and Partners, one of the biggest investors in the world, basically, in financiers. Martin Halusa, and, of course, his 2 sons also racing here.
Now, that car, number 52, and that is Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash, dropped a valve yesterday, so they've repaired that. They hope it's going to be okay, but they repaired it in the paddock yesterday. Yeah,
PB, he's had a lot of success. You see PB on his crash. I mean, he races modern cars as well, Cobras a lot, and I believe he was in a rock band when he was just a young man. But he's a fine racer, a great engineer. So I think he'll be in the mix. We saw Michael Birch in the previous session. Now he's got out and got into his lovely number 70 machine there. And Michael, I think, will be a lot more competitive in this race than he was in the previous one. And that Maserati from 1936. It was raced mainly by a number of Italian drivers, but Michael goes very well in that. So, getting ready for this next session, looking down on the harbour here, and all the terracotta buildings behind.
There are various Bugattis there. There were the 35 was the normally aspirated, just the 35 on its own. That was the one that was introduced at Lyon in 1924. And then that was 2 litres with 90 horsepower.
Pumping up the fuel pressure there, if you wonder what he was doing.
35A was a simple road car, so I don't think we've got any 35As.
No, but B's a big one, isn't it, Bob?
The 35B was the quick one, exactly, or TC. That was the 2.3 with a larger supercharger, and 37 of those cars were made. And
that's a model that won the very first Monaco Grand Prix with the enigmatic Williams. Another great book, Joe Saywood's, what is it, The Last Saboteur, is it called?
The Last Saboteur.
William Grover Williams was a sort of upmarket chauffeur, but later became a spy. And it's a terrific read. There's definitely a film in that book, I think.
There are also some Bugattis out there, 37s as well, which use the same chassis as the 35. 1.5 litres, or the 37A, which was supercharged 1.5 litres. 67 of those were made as well. So they are not uncommon. We've got how many Bugattis? 7 Bugattis in the field.
So here we are, the 14th Monaco Grand Prix Historique, and coming up, one pre-war Grand Prix cars and Voitzerettes. And that's what I talked about, Bob. Look, there is the palace with the sun glinting off it, and as you see, the clock just coming round to 9 o'clock. As the cars go out on track now for this second qualifying session of this wonderful Saturday spectacular. We haven't mentioned the casino yet here. One of the great features of Monaco.
Yeah, well, it's slightly different, isn't it, in front of the casino? Because there used to be, it was rather nice, that little casino square with some gardens around it, section. And they seem to have taken the gardens away, which makes it look a little bit plainer, should we say.
Earlier in the week, when people first arrived, people with supercars just try and park them right in front of the casino, wasn't it? And then you've got the odd Triumph TR4 that managed to find a way into one of the slots. So, just looking back at this race and previous winners here, and two years ago, it was the journalist turned PR man for Volkswagen in the States, Mark Gillies. I thought Mark was going to be here, but not on the entry list this time.
That was in an ERA.
That was in an ERA. And Talbot Lago won it in 21. And Dowling, who is here, we think will be probably the fastest man out there. Dowling won it in 18.
Well, he was a close second in 14, and he was a close second in 12
yeah,
as well.
Yeah, he was, yeah. In 12 to Julian Bronson, who's now retired from racing, great character. And in 14 to the Alpha P3 of Matthew Grist, which we don't have. So quite a sort of open battle here. Be interested to see, though, how Pat Blakeney Edwards goes.
Yes, having not practiced, although he practiced in another car, so it's not as though he doesn't know the circuit, but just a matter of running that car in. An interesting character here is Fritz Burkhardt in the Alfa Romeo 8C Monza. That's number 28, although it's got 28. Yes, it's got 28 actually painted on the radiator.
Yes.
It was delivered in 1928 to Tazio Nuvolari and the Ferrari team. There it is, number 28, and the Ferrari team. But meanwhile, we go. That's Pat Blakeney Edwards in number 52.
That comes from Bruntingthorpe in Bedfordshire, where there's the test track, isn't it, Bruntingthorpe?
Jonathan Palmer's test track. So the oldest cars all warming up, and they are ready for 25 minutes of qualifying.
That 12 looks really strange in the yellow, doesn't it? It's not a colour we're used to seeing one of those cars in.
And number 12 is Jonathan Bailey from the UK in a 35C.
Of course, you know, back in the day when these had national racing colours, and I mentioned the Siam colours of blue with the yellow wheels. Of course, France was always blue, Italy was red, and yellow, of course, was Belgium. So I don't know if that's got a Belgian collection. There's Michael Birch again. Tells me that Michael, his name is Michael, but it's on a Barrichello helmet. He's going to be retired at the end of this year. Its licence will have run out, and he's not sure what he's going to do next.
Well, the Jonathan Bailey car was actually delivered new in 1927 to Elizabeth Junek, who was a very, very famous racing driver. So, yes, quite a 2-litre model, and it was at the start of the first 3 Monaco Grand Prix. It was second in 1929, and then in 1930 with Chiron, and then 6th in 1931. So a car with quite a history.
Yeah, we did just see centre frame seconds ago, the Bira colours, the Siamese racing colours. Siam, of course, now Thailand.
So the car's coming onto the circuit. This is the second of the practice session, qualifying sessions today. And just to go over, just in case you're only just joining us, today, Saturday, is devoted just to qualifying for all the races.
Bob, that hill is much steeper than it looks from that shot. The angle just, and then they turn left, very fast corner into Casino Square. And then just as they turn around the corners, the Hotel Paris, which is the place to stay, isn't it?
Absolutely, on the left-hand side.
Yeah,
Jackie Stewart has a suite up there.
There behind, there is the casino, and there are the gardens that have gone.
There are the non-existent gardens.
Yeah, what a shame.
Yeah.
So the earliest cars that are racing here this weekend. What have we got? Anything that's exactly 100 years old?
The Bugatti, 35.
Yeah.
Or is there anything older?
Yeah, the MG Magnet from 1928. Emmeline's Riley Brooklands. Oh, there's 20 cars and 27, aren't there?
Yeah,
those are some of those Bugattis. Yeah.
A 1925 Bugatti 35. So the basic. Full course yellow already. Now, why is that?
And that's race control. And a couple of well-known names in there. Trying to spot Mark Goes, famous race and rally driver, was a factory driver for Austin Rover.
That is number 52. That is the repaired Blakeney Edwards car, and obviously the repair hasn't quite managed.
No.
We stopped by the garage last night, and they had just finished it, and that'll be a deep disappointment for the mechanics. That is why they've stopped the session.
2 years ago, Blakeney Edwards was running away with this race, and he got some sort of fuel vaporization probably and stopped halfway through when he was well in the lead. So just not his lucky track, is it?
No, obviously not.
Those marshals are going to work there, very well rehearsed, very well practiced. But I think that'll be hooked up and pulled out of the way because there's a dangerous spot just there.
You can't be a marshal, I think, after 55 years of age.
Oh, I didn't know that. Is that so? Yes.
Yeah. There are a huge number of marshals, and they're, as you say, very well trained. They have training sessions during the year, and very, very devoted guys. And of course, they've had 2 weeks ago, they had Formula E here, and in 2 weeks' time, of course, they will have the Monaco Grand Prix here as well.
Yeah. Well, when they first came in Formula E, they didn't use the whole circuit, did they?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Now they do, as that, we go into Gen 3 or whatever they call it. Is it good? Gen 4 coming up. I like to hear the noise of racing engines and the rasp of the motors.
And these are brilliant. The noise from these cars, fantastic.
At the ERA, they said the noise was like ripping calico. Well, I've never heard the sound of calico being ripped. But I suppose if I listen to the ERA, I know what it sounds like.
18 turns around this Monaco circuit, squeezed into 3.337 kilometres or 2.07 miles. 18, and I'll come up with another stat a bit later on about the amount of action that goes on in the driver's cockpit. That Mercedes told us a few years ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of gear changes. Obviously, these days it's a flick of the switch, isn't it? But in all these cars, it's still old-fashioned across the H.
Yeah, and a clutch as well. And
maybe in this race, pre-selected gearboxes actually.
Yeah, possibly.
I think the Fraser Nash may have a pre-selected gearbox. I had a scooter once with a pre-selected gearbox. I won't go into the technicalities of it. But the gearbox did blow up, and that was the end of that scooter. I never rode it again.
You have been spared, dear listener. So just gently reversing this car back.
Yeah, they're
going to really unfortunate.
Push it down right to the bottom of the hill, I think, aren't they?
Well, I don't know. That's a long way to go. But I think there's an opening on the right-hand side here, just coming up. In theory. But
well, they've got about 8 people helping.
Yeah, they've got. That's one thing there is not a shortage of in terms of people here, marshals. So Paddins Dowling is the driver we think is going to be the most competitive, and he is an Irishman based in the United States. So he originally he was interested because his father was interested in motorsport, so he saw his first racing at Mondello Park, I think, in Dublin.
Right, yeah, I've been there. Yeah, doesn't race much. It's not the sort of bloke we see at Goodwood, really. I presume he must race in the States, but here is super competitive.
So they're just at least going around at a reduced pace with a full course yellow. Full course yellow means a yellow flag all the way around the course, restricted speed, and the speed will be governed actually by the driver who is at the front of the queue, which is the Frenchman François Fouquet-Hatevillain.
Yeah, that's a real tongue twister, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah. I suppose we should just put this in context a bit, that what we don't have here is the might of the German cars that came just before the war of Mercedes and Auto Union, and they're very rare and very difficult to operate, and nobody races those cars. They are demonstrated on occasion, but sometimes around here some of the Italians had a little go at them, didn't they?
So we've seen quite a few of these drivers for a while, and I think we've got a green flag. I think we're underway.
And that is Michael Birch leading out of the cockpit there, look. Head to one side.
And you really see the drivers working in these cars.
You can, and a glorious sound as well.
So Michael Birch there in the Maserati 4CM of 1935. And this is what they call the Louis Chiron class. And,
famous French racing driver.
Yeah.
Who had a lot of success here.
So we'll start to get some times through shortly, hopefully. But as I say, Paddins Dowling is the driver we'd expect to see very, very competitive. As I say, he's owned 3 different ERAs, R2A and then R5B to now, and also R10 B, which he bought from Nick Mason and has now sold to Brad Baker, the Canadian driver, who is in number... Brad Baker in number 10, 56 rather.
56,
56 in 10th place.
So Dowling, and it looks as if, so I think this is going to be between Dowling and Birch for the pole. And there's Michael resting at the wheel, driving it on the throttle.
Skinny tyres, not affording a lot of grip. So that's really what they're scrabbling for all the time in these cars. And that's going to be the first competitive time, 2 minutes 17 for Michael Birch.
And let's see what we get from Dowling. There, the yellow wheels, the Thai flag on the side of the car. As I wrote an article about the Siam colour scheme, and it did evolve quite a lot over the years, actually. And sometimes it had the yellow stripe down, and sometimes they didn't. Just on the back, the flag of Thailand.
Amazing. ERA is not particularly competitive in terms of Grand Prix with the German cars in period, but certainly very usable, and he goes fastest easily by 9 seconds. Paddins Dowling ahead of Michael Birch, but Birch, he'll be working up, and that gap will come down, won't it?
Absolutely. I see he's quicker in the first sector than Dowling on his quickest lap, so I think Birch is going to be right there. Third at the moment. I mean, it really hasn't got into its rhythm yet, this session, has it? Because of the Pat Blakeney Edwards car stopping on the hill. And
really unfortunate, but we're following Michael Birch, and Paddins Dowling is about 1.8 seconds quicker in the first sector on this lap, so Dowling still looking as though he could go quicker again. Birch in second, Jonathan Bailey in third, Brad Baker in fourth, Mark Winter in fifth, the German driver, and then Martin Halusa, the Austrian driver, who's got a couple of sons who will be racing here.
Yeah.
We'll see them later on. And we've got another car slowing. In fact, 2. Is there 2 cars slowing or 1?
Well, they are almost 100 years old, these, so...
Yeah.
So I think Mark Winter, is not his real name?
No, it's...
And it's strange, isn't it? Because there was a German called John Winter, who won Le Mans, and that was not his real name either. And
Mark Winter surely sang Venus in Blue Jeans.
Well, come on, Bob.
Now, number 16 is going slowly. That's Stefano Rosina, the shipping magnate from Italy.
Yeah.
Early career in rallying, and he's raced here in an Osella Toyota, but obviously going slowly in that Bugatti at the moment. Paddon Dowling coming up to complete another lap. It was 2 minutes 08. It's now 2 minutes 06, the fastest time.
And I mean, we're sort of halfway through this session now, a bit more actually. And I don't think we've seen we obviously haven't seen a fully competitive lap for Michael Birch yet, and they're down the escape road.
Yeah, that's Stefano Rosina down the escape road.
Yeah.
So unfortunate there.
But that's a later Bugatti, isn't it? A Type 44.
Stefano Rosina in the 3744.
Yeah, I suppose it's an upgraded car. I'm not sure the difference between the 37 and the 44, really.
The 37 was the same chassis as the 35, but 44 will be, as you say, a slightly more advanced version of it. He's raced McLaren M8 as well, an Alba Buick, Maserati 3500 GT, Lola T70, and Bizzarini. So another driver with a lot of experience.
You did mention Chiron, and one of the classes named, he won the race here at Grand Prix in 1931. And then we had Alpha victories in 32, 34, I think. A Bugatti won in 33. But then, of course, it was the Mercedes dominating 35, 36, 37. Mercedes won here, Fagioli, then Caracciolo, and von Brauchitsch.
And of course, during that era, we had the first rear-engine car. We talk about front-engine, rear engines. We're going to come to the crossover shortly. And that crossover, when we talk about the first rear-engine car, this is the Alfa Romeo. Ooh, that's Fritz Burkhardt. Ooh, getting a real tack slapper. Ooh.
Oh, jazzy crash helmet. I think that's blowing up. Yeah, go your previous thought, Bob.
Yeah. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Now, people might say there, why is that Alfa Romeo got a Ferrari badge on it?
Because it was delivered to Scuderia Ferrari.
Ah, look, Dowling.
And Dowling is off the circuit at Saint-Devote. Now, is that because there was some oil down from the Alfa Romeo?
Could well be, couldn't it?
Possibly. And he stopped, wheeling himself backwards.
Wheeling himself backwards, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you see, he got quite crossed up.
Yeah. No, but I don't understand why he couldn't get it in first gear, though, then.
Yeah.
At that point, he could have driven off, but for some reason, it's just rolling back under its own weight, isn't it? So the engine must have died. Wow, what a turn up for the books.
Yeah, suddenly we've got several cars who have stopped on circuit. Dowling with the fastest time, 2 minutes 05.9.
Got most massive 8-second lead over Birch, and this session's now got 10 minutes to go, so they might get back to full speed, I think, when they've wheeled these out of the way.
We haven't actually even got a yellow flag out at the moment.
Well, I do hope that Dowling's car is still a runner.
And also that car of Burkhardt.
Yeah, well, that didn't look good at all, did it? All that smoke out of the back of it.
Fritz Burkhardt, owner of the Pearl Collection, a collection of cars in Switzerland that you think
Well, let me just check. Yes. He's the boss of a watch company. He's the CEO of Lang & Sung, which are very upmarket. And he's, as you said to me the other day, father of 6 girls. Goodness, I'm the father of 4, it's enough. And I think I was wrong. I think he still owns that Pearl collection of Bugattis.
Also very interested in bobsleigh and skeleton, would you believe? which suggests that his collection is housed somewhere in eastern Italy, Switzerland.
The car, the 4CL, was the car that was introduced really by Maserati to take on the might of Germany, introduced in 1939, but because it wasn't really raced after the war. But and it debuted in the Tripoli Grand Prix. That well, we even know the chassis number, 1564. It's one of 7 of those cars built.
And that's the car of Michael Birch.
No, that's the car of Fritz Burkhardt. It's just
that's an Alfa Romeo.
Oh, it's Alfa Romeo. Yeah, sorry, yes.
The 8C Monza, yeah.
Okay. I need to check my notes there. So many different cars here this weekend.
So Dowling still fastest from Birch second.
Yeah.
The gap is still 8.2 seconds between those two. And then Brad Baker in third in the second of the ERAs.
Yeah.
Jonathan Bailey in 4th place. And then Jonathan Bailey in another Bugatti. And then 5th is Mark Winter in the Maserati 6CM. And then 6th is Fritz Burkhardt in the Alfa Romeo 8C Monza from 1933.
We didn't see Dowling getting back underway, but it obviously did fire up, and off he drove, and now is setting quick times again.
Ah, so he's back on circuit again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Birch is not on the pace. Well, nobody's on that pace, are they? I mean,
now, have we got... No. Oh, there's Michael Birch.
Doesn't sound right, that car, did it?
No, he's
there's a
coming
problem.
into the pits.
Yeah, there's a problem with that. It's not running correctly.
So he's into the pits, is Michael Birch, in that Maserati 4CM.
So still 7 minutes to go. So maybe somebody will get a bit closer to the American-based Irishman Dowling.
Brad Baker with quite a lot of experience, the Canadian driver. Thierry Chanoine is in the pits in number 58, French driver in the Riley Dobbs. And there's mechanics looking at Michael Birch's Maserati.
Yeah, there's a man called Hector Dobbs, wasn't there, that worked on that Riley.
Yeah.
It's a car that actually was raced by a Grand Prix driver called Roy Salvadori, who lived here in Monaco for many years in later life, and had a flat, I believe, that overlooked the track.
And the car was owned by Billy Cotton, the band leader, and then Wilkie Wilkinson, who of course is very famous for his involvement with Jaguar.
But Billy Cotton was a racer as well as a band. Quite a few musicians like that. We mentioned Nick Mason, but of course famous trombonist Chris Barber was a racer. Not at this level, but...
I once had to outbid Chris Barber for a Lotus Cortina.
No!
Yeah. And when I saw him several years later, he said, "You were lucky." So the gap has come down. Brad Baker's gone into 2nd place and has brought the gap down to 5 seconds between himself and the former owner of his car, Paddington Dowling. Michael Birch now 3rd. Jonathan Bailey 4th, Mark Winter 5th, Fritz Burkhardt in 6th, Martin Halusa in 7th, and then Francois Fouquet-Hatvilla in 8th place. Stapt, who is a French driver, in 9th place in number 18. He's a replacement who has come in, and Ralph Emmerling from France in the Riley Brooklands in 10th place at the moment.
Yeah, just on that Alfa Romeo that I mistakenly credited being a Maserati. That car was raced by the famous Tagio Nuvolari, one of the all-time greats of racing, pre-war, of course. And apparently, for a while, it finished up in South Africa. But run by the Scuderia, we mentioned that Ferrari badge on it, run by Enzo Ferrari before he set up his own racing factory.
So Brad Baker improving on this lap. The gap was 5 seconds between him and Paddington Dowling, fastest around this circuit. And what does it come down to? It was 5 seconds, and it comes down to 3.4 seconds between the two of them. So Brad Baker just getting used to a yellow flag goes out as someone goes down the escape road at Saint-Devote. And we'll have a look and see who that was. I didn't quite catch who it was initially. Here it is. Here's the replay, and it is, I think it's Brad Baker, isn't it? In 56, yeah. So just popping off to see the church at Saint-Devote.
Nice little mention. Thank you very much, Neil Wooding, one of the team that produces Sky Formula 1 programmes. I suppose he'll be here in a couple of weeks, enjoying our coverage, and say it's streaming on the Sky F1 stream. And there's the 56. So Baker's made a mistake. He's followed the other ERA down there. There it is. It's
that is the other ERA, as you say, Paddins Dowling.
He doesn't need to do anything now, does he? I mean, Baker's got within 3.5 seconds of him, and I don't think that's going to change much now. So I'm pretty sure that Dowling is going to be on the pole. Some of the real opposition, you know, obviously Blakeney Edwards has had the problem, never did a lap. Michael Bircher, we thought might be some opposition. Is he back on track now, Michael Bircher?
Yes,
he
is,
came past, it sounded really rough. Competed something simple like plug lead falling off or something like that. And so I think Michael Birch got one shot of trying to get on the front row of the grid now. And
well, on this lap, he's pretty slow in the first sector. There's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, he might just go back to do one more lap, hadn't he?
Yeah. Might get out there for another one, but Paddins Dowling still very, very quick, even on this lap. And I don't think he's going to go quicker on this lap, but he still has that 3.4, 3.5 second, really, advantage over Brad Baker. Michael Birch in third place, Mark Winter in fourth, Jonathan Bailey fifth, and Fritz Burkhardt in sixth place. Then Martin Halusa, then Fouquet Hedvillain, and then Statz and Emmeling completing the top 10. And really, it's a matter of keeping these cars, trying to keep them running reliably and with their performance. That's what it's all about.
Yes.
Lots of varying different cars, as I say, voiturettes as well as Grand Prix cars. There wasn't a pre-war world championship as such. It was a European championship, wasn't it, pre-war?
Yeah, the World Championship started in 1950, and strangely enough, the Motorcycle World Championship started a year before that.
So, yeah, World Championship start. Oh, a little bit of smoke there as well, and a minute to go.
Well, the interesting thing, of course, that like the Bugatti we're seeing there, you could race it in sports car races as well. You bolt the wings on, and suddenly you had a sports car, and Fraser Nash and others did the same.
That's what happened a lot with the Talbot Largos, didn't they? We saw in the last race.
It did, didn't it? Yes.
They took off they took on and took off, and still did when Richie Pilkington owned the car.
But you notice he's not sitting in the middle of the car. He's sitting to the right-hand side. I mean, it's effectively a sports car, isn't it? Lovely shot there. That chicane has changed its trace over the years, hasn't it? And then
Halusa has improved up one place, up into fifth place now for Martin Halusa. We'll see two of his sons out racing later.
Yeah, hugely enthusiastic. Another chap called Alex Ames, who's a good racer, runs that operation. They don't put all the cars with the same preparation company. They use 2 or 3 different ones, mainly in the UK. I mean, we have to say this, Bob, but the historic racing scene is dominated by the British, and you look through all the victories here over the years since 13 previous runnings of this event, as the checkered flag goes out. Many more British winners than any other nationality.
And of course, one new British winner in Formula 1 who just happens also to live here in Monaco. Lando Norris.
I wonder if he put it in an appearance. We saw a couple of drivers yesterday, didn't we,
Yep.
wandering around the pits. And of course we've got, later on, racing, Adrian Newey, very much in the news at the moment. And also in the news, the boss of McLaren.
So who better to coach him around this circuit
I know.
than his newest race winner?
Yeah.
So Paddy Dowling takes the checkered flag, fastest in that session from Brad Baker's second. Gap between the two, 3.4 seconds. It might change on this lap. Michael Birch has just gone quicker. Brad Baker doesn't go quicker, so it stays second. Michael Birch in third, Jonathan Bailey in fourth, Mark Winter fifth, and Martin Halusa back to sixth place again. And then Fritz Burkhardt in seventh, Fouquet Hadvillain in eighth place, Stapps in ninth, and Emmerling in 10th.
Yeah, just going back to Zach Brown and McLaren, we saw him after his practice session yesterday with his Williams FW07. He wasn't racing in McLaren, but he's got a collection of cars racing a Williams FW07. I think definitely a car raced very successfully by Alan Jones. And who was he debriefing with? Fernando Alonso.
Yeah.
Fernando's a great enthusiast, and it's wonderful he's going on into his 40s racing. You know, that little period where he's racing sports cars, won Le Mans, of course, and off-road events, and, you know, just a massive enthusiast.
So the checkered flag greets final runners, and that is, I suspect, it.
Yeah, 16 in this field. I think the next race is going to have a much larger field than that. And hopefully Blakeney Edwards can get his car fettled again. But I suspect that if they've... I think, didn't you think that Blakeney Edwards yesterday had dropped a valve and they changed a valve? If they thought they fixed it and they didn't, it means there's other big problems, I would say.
Yeah, maybe.
In the engine. So where we are, we're going to have a little reprise of what went on. There, Downing with the ERA. There, the sun glinting off the harbour. And just scrolling down at the bottom of your picture, the final qualification for that race, which was so eloquently read out by Bob just a minute ago. What a scene it is here, isn't it? I mean, there's lots of other street races around, and particularly these days, of course, Formula E people seem to keep finding new street races. And there's some other great French ones, of course, Pau and Angoulême. But in Britain, of course, we've only ever had, on the mainland, the Birmingham Super Prix.
Yeah.
It's around for 5 years. But there's some magic about street racing, I feel. And then Long Beach has been very successful, of course, in the States. There's lots of other street races in the United States. So, well, yeah, just yet again,
many years ago, of course, when these cars were racing, and even post-war as well, French towns would literally have a Formula One race, a non-championship Formula One race, and people would turn up. You'd have maybe, I don't know, 10, 12 cars come, which were Formula One cars of the time, and they would race just for start money, etc., around the streets of a town.
Yeah, well, they say the first race, and I put it in inverted commas a little bit, in the UK was at Bexhill on the south coast, but it wasn't a race, it was a two side-by-side, two cars together sprint. And but if you drive into Bexhill, it claims to be the birthplace of British motor racing. And there's some wonderful, actually, they put some very nice signs up along the route. I've been down to see, there's a little museum there as well.
No.
And
wrong end of Sussex for
wrong end of Sussex for you, and Sussex is a long, thin county. It takes a long time to drive across.
Exactly.
We found out many times. But anyway, here we are with the little...
Lots of lovely slow-mo shots there.
Yeah.
Padden Dowling fastest from Brad Baker. ERA. Michael Birch in the Maserati. Jonathan Bailey in fourth place in the MG. Jonathan Bailey in the Bugatti in fourth place, and then fifth Mark Winter, Maserati, and then sixth Martin Halusa, Bugatti. So a little pause until our next session, which will be coming up shortly. Here are highlights in the meantime.
Oh, yes, just tightening that mirror up on the Bugatti, and you can see no rollover hoops with these cars. There's Michael Birch, qualified third, and cars accessing the circuit and up that hill, which is much steeper than it looks from that TV angle. But then all the various apartments behind, turning left into the Casino Square, then down the hill past Tip-Top Bar, of course, and onto the seafront, through the new tunnel. And a little temperamental, these cars, now the best part of 90, 100 years old. Bit of traffic in the harbour. Through to back corner. I'm not sure if the tobacconist is still there.
No, I'm not certainly is.
I think it is. Round the swing, but that's a new section, a relatively new section, Bob. I used to go straight on there. And there the man who absolutely set the pace. You hear the transmission even whining a little bit just through that corner.
Was that supercharged whine?
Oh, was it super? Yes. Do you know, I think you might be right there.
Supercharged being mechanically boosted, whereas turbocharged is gas boosted, using the exhaust gas to boost the induction into the engine.
Yeah, but this saw Michael Birch's car getting a little bit of work on. We were worried it had a problem. But now we're going to be going back rear-engined for the first time. We're going to rear-engine cars. When Series B comes up, we just have a final few images of this second of the 8 practice sessions we'll be having today. We'll go right through, be a break at lunchtime, Bob, and then we're going right through to about 6 o'clock, I think.
I think it's earlier than that. 4
Is it?
o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, well, otherwise we might run out of words. Probably not, actually. But I said this is one of the smallest fields here. Most of it got over 30 cars.
Yeah.
And it becomes a pretty busy old circuit.
Yes.
Here.
Very difficult to get a clear lap, whereas these blokes didn't have the problem.
Of course, in the Formula One, it's so difficult with the huge size they can't afford to overtake, and the incredibly short braking distances. Braking distance is so much longer in these sort of cars, and indeed the sort of the cars that are coming up makes it a bigger window of opportunity to overtake. So I think we'll see plenty of overtaking over the weekend. Now, there's 2 very contrasting yachts. And here's our man. He's got, it's a bit like Eurovision. What's it, isn't it? Well, that's who he is. But anyway, he's waxing lyrical, as are we.
So we'll take a brief break and we'll come back with Series B. And those are for cars, Grand Prix cars, 1500cc from 1961 to 1965, and Formula 2 cars from 1956 to 1960. Our first rear-engine cars, and absolutely a huge field of these cars. And it's the difficulty for all the drivers is to get a clear lap. We'll be back shortly.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Ronan Le Gallou, je suis responsable circuit et infrastructure pour l'Automobile Club de Monaco et je vous invite à venir visiter notre nouvelle structure située à l'entrée de la pit lane. Donc ici vous avez la partie qui sera à la FOM et ici vous avez la partie qui sera pour la FIA. Donc là nous nous dirigeons vers le premier étage. Dans ce bâtiment, nous avons plusieurs étages, donc il y a 5 niveaux. Donc la partie rez-de-chaussée, c'est la partie garage, et la partie R+1 et R+2, ce sont des bureaux. L'accueil des VIP de nos clients se fera ici pour les étages R+3 et R+4. Ici, nous sommes au 3e niveau, donc au R+2. C'est une innovation majeure, puisque on a créé un espace de réception qui est au-dessus des toits des stands des écuries, et qui offre une vue panoramique sur la route de la piscine. Dans nos escaliers, on a fait en sorte qu'on puisse voir le palais. L'idée première, c'est d'accueillir avec le maximum de confort tous nos invités pendant les événements. Ça fait 2 ans qu'on travaille sur le sujet, donc on est passé par des phases d'études. Ensuite, il a fallu pouvoir vérifier que le bâtiment pouvait être posé à cet endroit-là, puisque dessous c'est un espace creux, donc on est posé sur une dalle. Et il fallait vérifier que la charge qu'on mettait dessus était compatible avec le poids du bâtiment et sa charge d'exploitation. Et ensuite, on a fini par la fabrication qui a commencé au mois de septembre 2023. Tout, il y a 45 modules et 5 plateformes qui ont été construits à Nantes. C'est un espèce de gros Lego qu'on monte en espace de nuit, qu'on assemble pour faire un bâtiment. Il y a une trentaine de personnes qui ont été impliquées dans le montage et les finitions. Ce bâtiment est une innovation majeure. On a voulu se hisser au standard de tous les nouveaux Grands Prix et être dans la course. Ça a été un projet immense, c'est un aboutissement d'un travail de 2 ans et c'est une grande fierté d'avoir participé et d'avoir fait évoluer ce bâtiment.
Quartier Bleu Vainqueur, Grand Prix de Monaco en Formule 1, tout comme d'ailleurs Merci. Il y aura aussi des petits secrets aussi à dévoiler. Pour avoir fait personnellement le stage de commissaire de police, c'est assez physique, assez intéressant. Il y a plein de belles informations à prendre en compte et vous donner aussi envie d'être commissaire de police pour tous les événements aussi.
Welcome back. Well, coming up next to a Series B for rear-engine Grand Prix cars, 1500cc cars built between 1961 and 1965, and Formula 2 cars. There's a few of those in their own class of 1956 to 1960. Interesting period, Bob Constantius, because these were the lowest powered Formula 1 cars we've ever had in the history of the sport. And we went from 2.5 litres. I think the authorities thought the cars were getting a bit too fast, so they reduced the capacity to 1500. And the key cars in this period were Ferrari and British BRMs, and of course also very much Lotus.
Very nimble cars as well.
Yes.
Very, very nimble, but quite difficult to drive. In fact, you could compare them in a way to the 2-litre Formula 3 cars that we used to have.
Yes.
So you had to be very careful on the driving, not scrub off too much speed. So you had to be very precise, and for that reason, it did promote some very, very good drivers indeed.
This could be a battle between Lotus and Ferrari. The winner last time out here was Joe Colasacco, put my teeth back in, who won very well last time in 22. But the man who maybe will be on the pole is Andy Middlehurst from the northeast of England with his classic Team Lotus, Lotus 25, a groundbreaking car, Bob, because the way of constructing Formula 1 chassis in this period changed massively from space frame, that's a chassis made out of a network of tubes, to a bathtub design of sheet aluminium, and it was absolutely groundbreaking and changed the way racing cars were built for a long time until carbon fiber came into being. So Andy Middlehurst, fresh from winning in a very different car in a Nissan Skyline at Donington a week ago, but in practice had some very quick laps from the older style Lotus 21 of the Aberdeen race driver Mark Shaw, and he was right on the pace as well. So there is the pit lane, and on our graphic there for race B is the Ferrari. For a little while, a lot of people love this. Ferrari ran red with blue wheels, didn't they?
Exactly. There are 33 of these cars, so it does get very, very busy around this relatively short circuit, well, the shortest in Formula 1 anyway, 2.07 miles, 3.337 kilometers, 18 turns, so you can imagine it's very difficult to overtake. But having said that, they're relatively small cars, particularly in comparison to modern Formula 1 cars.
There are at least 2 cars in this race that won the Monaco Grand Prix. There is the Cooper from 1962, which won with Bruce McLaren at the wheel, and of course the famous Stirling Moss Lotus 18 in the Rob Walker colours. We'll see that in a minute, which beat the Ferraris here, beat the shark-nosed Ferraris here. One of the great classic wins by Stirling Moss. And the car, because it got so hot, it took part of the bodywork off, so you can just see the chassis frame. I did ask Classic Team Lotus are running it if they were going to do that here, but apparently they're not.
It's not warm enough.
No, it's not quite warm enough. And the Bruce McLaren winning car from 62 will be number 14, driven by Richard Wilson. We'll see him in a couple of races. And the Lotus 18, the ex-Moss car, is being driven by, maybe remind me, Bob, if you've got that to hand. Is that
I've got a feeling that it's not Katsuaki Kubota, is it?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, we'll get to that in a moment. But a terrific group of cars. We've got some lesser known names, haven't we? Watch out for the Gilby, which is one of those very small makes. A chap called Sid Green, actually, and Kyle Tilley, who runs a big racing team in America. Lots of different colours here. Sponsorship was just starting to come in, wasn't it, Bob? And some finance houses like UTT Laystall started to back cars, and Bowmaker.
Yeoman Credit.
Yeoman Credit. I think, did Bowmaker become Yeoman Credit the other way around anyway? The Semengo Turner family. But this should be a cracking battle, I think. And
well, there's so many cars, and Joe Colasacco, interesting the way that all came about. His father was actually an Alfa Romeo mechanic, and was sent to the States after the war to look after Alfa Romeos in the States. And so that's how he went from Italy to the States, and it was looking after Alfa Romeos and subsequently establishing his own business. Joe Colasacco met up with Lawrence Oriana. It says Oriana there. I was told it could be Aurelia, but I'm not certain.
Okay.
And he met up with this man, Lawrence Oriana, who owned the Ferrari, and Joe Colasacco has raced it ever since. He's raced a lot of other cars as well.
That's a lot of success in America, I think, in sort of smaller single-seater cars, sort of 1600cc powered Honda single-seaters. But the car in period only did 2 races, this car, raced by John Surtees once, and then by Lorenzo Bandini.
Well, yeah, the Ferrari one. Yes, it's a relatively. Bandini actually was second here in 1965 in 1512, which is exactly that Ferrari. So as you say, it didn't do a lot of work. It's not a very well-known car.
No.
So the cars are on circuit now for 25 minutes of qualifying, and it's going to be a very busy 25 minutes. We had 1 or 2 incidents yesterday. We had Jobstel stopped on circuit. We also had a little bit an accident at the chicane, which was unfortunate. That was Philippe Bonny in the Brabham BT Ford, and we also had car stopping up the hill. We've also got Andy Willis, who has replaced Charles McCabe in the BRM P578. So watch out for him as well, because he'll be competitive in number 5.
And just to go back to that Stirling Moss winning car, the Lotus 18, which beat the Ferraris, it's been driven by the Welshman Teffion Salisbury. I think his 2nd time here. And we talked to Clive Chapman, boss of Classic Team Lotus, son of Colin Chapman, of course, the founder of Lotus. He was telling us that Teffion, his career has been quite short in these cars. He's getting quicker and quicker. Well, right at the start is Mark Shaw setting the pace, but I'm sure that is going to be a big battle for the pole for this one. And in the number 1 car, which is a Brabham BT11 Climax, the American John Romano, this is, I think, his 9th time he's taking part here.
Most of these engines are Climax engines. An engine that was found, 25 is not quite in the barrier. I think he's avoided it. That's Christopher Drake.
Yeah, Chris Drake's a very competitive racer and has done well in this event in the past. So a little mistake by him, cold tyres maybe.
And interesting, the front of that car, I think maybe it's the paintwork, but it looks completely different. Yeah. Here it is again. He just outbrakes himself and almost makes it, and then decides he's going to try, and then decides he's not going to try. And
did he touch the barrier? I think he might have done, yes.
Just a nudge with the front left. Yeah. So Climax engines, most of them, the Climax engine, of course, was a 1.5 litre engine, which powered fire engines or fire trucks, didn't it?
Fire pumps.
Fire pumps.
Static fire pumps, mainly, and the company. Wally Hassan was the chief engineer. Aluminium, very lightweight engine, wonderful, elegant design, and most of these engines are little V8s. And the Ferrari is a flat 12.
Also BRMs and Alfa Romeo engines.
Yes, the BRMs are pretty competitive with the Climax. Climax ultimately were sold to Jaguar, and the name just disappeared. But now the engines are being built in East Sussex,
Yep.
from the original designs by a company called Crossweight and Gardner, who are unbelievably clever engineering company. They built complete pre-war Mercedes-Benz and Audis out of that. Catching people out all around here, look. Another...
That's at Mirabeau.
Yeah. So, the early running, Andy Middlehurst has just gone fastest with a 151.202. And...
there he is coming up the hill in the green and yellow car. That is going to be the car to watch, Andy Middlehurst.
Yeah.
Again, a man, when he takes his helmet off, the hair has been sprayed the wrong colour. It's quite grey. Oh, look, between the two of them, there's enough space. That's the point around this circuit. Everyone in Formula One says you can't overtake, you can't overtake, but in these cars, you can.
Way back in the 90s, Andy Middlehurst was a production saloon car champion, 1990, 95, 96, 97, 98. He started racing on motorbike, grass track and speedway. 1980, he did the Formula 4 Championship, won the Star of Tomorrow in 82. Quite important Formula 4 Championship. And he's had lots of success at Goodwood, but he's won this event 4 times. In 12, 14, 16 and 18. But I don't think he was here in 20. But Joe Colasacco is, I think he's from New York, isn't he, Joe? New York area. He's just gone fastest in the middle sector. And I think those top 3, we're going to have a terrific scrap between them for the pole. Lucas Halusa, you mentioned his dad at the previous race. He is 4th fastest. Andy Willis, late minute substitute, is in 5th. And there's a man you might see on a timing screen and you wonder, what is that all about? Mr. John B is 13th at the moment. Mr. John B runs a huge corporation which does a lot of carbon fibre and composite work for aeroplanes and all that sort of stuff. And he races under an assumed name. But maybe a bit later, we can tell you his actual name is Jean-Remy Guittard. He's got a lot of great cars. He's got a lot of Ligers and Matras, terrific collection. He's got a Bentley Speed 8 from Le Mans, and he comes from Béziers.
Rugby country.
Yeah.
So number 7 there, that's Mark Shaw in the Formula 2 car. And he's doing a really good job in that Formula 2 car. That's Formula 2 from 56 to 60. Which is, I think, pretty much the same size of engine, but just earlier cars.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that car, actually. And
there he is, getting past number 23. And 23 was Stefan Jobstel, who stopped yesterday on the circuit during practice. Middlehurst fastest, but by only 0.14 of a second. That is close. Colasacco's 2nd, the American driver. 3rd is Mark Shaw. Now Christopher Drake is up into 4th place, but he is 2.6 seconds further back behind Mark Shaw, so quite a big gap there. And then Lucas Halusa in 5th place, Andy Willis 6th, Philip Buhofer 7th, then Stortoni from Italy in 8th place, Dan Collins 9th, and Stefan Jobstel from Australia in 10th place. Then it's Taylor, John Clark, Mr. John of B, mentioned earlier on, Timms and McCarthy completing the top 15. But there's a lot of them out there, and lots of time, lots of potential for improvement. But Middlehurst really the man to beat. And it's going to be quite a duel between Middlehurst and Colasacco, with Mark Shaw surely playing an important part in there as well.
Yeah, I think that car hasn't got the V8 engine. I think it's got an earlier Climax engine in, 4-cylinder. That car was raced at the end of 1961 by the great Jim Clark in South Africa, and that's where it stayed. And raced then by a guy called, a well-known South African racer called Ernie Pieters, in 3 South African Grand Prix, counting for the World Championship. So that's strictly not a Formula 2 car, I think. Is it in the Formula 2 class?
Yes.
7, is that? red, is that red brass?
There's number 4. That's Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari with the blue wheels that we've been talking about. Colasacco from New York, as Andrew just mentioned, but his patron, if you like, Lawrence Oriana from California, just going through the station hairpin, or Lowe's hairpin as it became, and then Grand Hotel hairpin or Fairmont hairpin. It's gone through many, many name changes. And you can see the difference in cars there. Number 18 is one of the Formula 2 cars, and that was Elliot Hann. You found something out,
yeah,
have you? But you can't hold it back, can you?
On our timing screen, look, the blue section is the Formula 2.
Oh, okay.
This is the Class 2. This is the Formula 1 cars with 4 and 6 cylinders.
Oh, okay.
So it is a Climax. I think it is what I said it was. It's the earlier Climax engine, but 1.5 litres,
yep.
but not the V8. So in theory, it's got a lot less power than Middlehurst or the Ferrari. So Mark Shaw, basically from Aberdeen, doing a fantastic job. Oh, another spinner.
Number 15, I think that was. And that is Dan Collins gets going.
He's another of the classic Team Lotus customers, been racing with them for years, a huge enthusiast for Lotus. And look at this, wheel to wheel.
That's what I mean about being boxed in and finding your way through the traffic. Another spinner there.
That car, owned by a chap called Nick Taylor, and he had a business, sold O-rings and stuff like that, right next door to the Pride Park football stadium. And oh, that doesn't look nice at all.
No, that's in the barrier, just at the entrance to the tunnel, coming out of Portier. Red flag.
Now, how's he got there? And do you think he's clashed with somebody else? That's not the sort of place you...
Here it is.
Here it is.
Through Portier.
Oh, it's blown up. It's gone and blown up, and then somehow, I wonder if it then locked up.
Number 3, Michel Gendre in a Lotus 24.
Yeah,
so,
basically...
does the clock stop? Yes, the clock does stop. So in practice, the clock would have continued, but as in Formula 1, in qualifying, the clock stopped. So just a matter of recovering that car, getting it off the circuit.
That I was talking about that Nick Taylor car, and I was just saying that his workplace next door to the Derby County football ground, and he sold that business recently, but he loves that Lotus 18 he's got, which has been driven by many different people. And there, look at the oil slick.
Well, I'm not certain it is.
Oh,
yeah.
I think so. Well,
I mean, it certainly would appear so. But you can see the difference in shape of the cars. Now, there's number 12 there is Cliff Gray in the Cooper T43 from earlier. Now, number 20, that I think that's a Rob Walker car.
Yeah, that's the famous Sterling Moss winner.
Yeah, Teflon Salisbury.
It's absolutely the genuine car.
As the owner of a Rob Walker car,
yes.
Every time I see Rob Walker colours, I'm very attracted, shall we say.
Yeah, we saw the Ferguson in those colours earlier.
Yeah.
But for our younger listeners and viewers, explain who was Rob Walker. And it's a story which also concerns whiskey. So just tell us, car you own, just as we've got a break here, we've got a little time to discuss Facile Vegas and Rob Walker, famous, both successful independent Formula 1 team owner for many years.
Yes, he was the patron really of Sterling Moss and promoted his career massively and was very, very important, but also ran people like Maurice Trintignant, Joe Bonnier, Joe Siffert, for example, quite a few other drivers as well.
Later, Mike Halewood, I remember.
Yeah, we'll see his car later on, won't we?
And
the Bondoxo Surtees.
Lovely little dolly they're just pushing under there to lift the car up. And had a lot of success, of course, did Rob Walker.
Yeah.
Ran a very, very good team. And later went on to be a superb journalist, and his wife was very much part of the organisation. I remember walking down the pit lane and handing brownies to the mechanics, which are Betty, you're absolutely wonderful woman, a wonderful couple from Wiltshire, I think, and
Somerset,
sorry, yeah. And came from the Johnny Walker Whiskey Company. For many years, Johnny Walker was a huge sponsor of this race. Well, do you remember they used to have the chap, Johnny, dressed up as Johnny Walker, walking down the grid before the Formula One race.
So all these cars with the blue, really the blue colour scheme.
I'm not finished with you yet, mate.
Oh, okay.
Explain a Facile Vega to people.
Well, the Facile Vega, he actually drove 3 different road-going Facile Vegas on the road, did Rob Walker.
And these were American-powered,
French-built cars.
And you have 3 of them.
No, well, I've got 3 of them, but not the 3 that he owned. I've got one of them that he owned.
Yes.
And it's in the most beautiful blue colour. And we paid tribute to him at Goodwood a few years ago. And I think we were all a bit worried that we had the right colour. But fortunately, we all had the right colour except for a little pickup or a little minivan that they used at the factory, which was a bit paler. But people like, you know, there were not just drivers who started their careers, but particularly one Herbie Blash started his career. And Herbie Blash went on to be an FIA deputy clerk of the course, I think, and also a steward and all sorts of things. And of course, worked for Brabham for many, many years as team manager at Brabham, and then worked for the FIA.
And consultant with Yamaha as well.
And Porsche.
Yeah, and Michael Blash, but picked up the name Herbie, originally from Rob Walker Mechanics.
I think they called him proper little Herbie.
Yeah.
And that was it. He was Herbie from then on.
He told me once that when he went to Lotus, he was hoping they didn't know his nickname was Herbie, but they found out pretty jolly quickly. When we're talking about Team Lotus Mechanics, as he was, the chief mechanic, Bob Dance, 89 yesterday. Bob was coming to this event until a couple of years ago. And congratulations to Bob making 89. Terrific guy. And like nearly all these Lotus mechanics had a nickname. He was known as the Vicar because he liked a cup of tea, apparently. More tea, Vicar.
They used to get up to some quite interesting tricks here and games. Here, particularly at Monaco.
A couple of guys called Clive Hicks and Kenny Samansky, one of their famous tricks. They did outside the tip-top bar, a little Fiat 500. And a chap went and parked it. When he came back, it was sitting on 4 chairs. Right. So there we are. I think it could be his driver coach there, whose name will come to me in just a second.
That's number 7. That's Mark Shaw, who has gone quickest. He's the Scottish property developer from Aberdeen and Edinburgh also. He's got a base in Edinburgh. A passionate SNP supporter. So he's got a few interesting conflicts. He's had an extensive career. He's racing in a number of different classes this weekend. He started off in Formula First back in 1991. And he is 52 years old. Barber Saab also Formula 3 and Formula 3000, and a 14-year gap before he returned in various historic cars. That's Mark Shaw in number 7, who is fastest at the moment.
Yeah.
And he's fastest by 0.4 of a second from Andy Middlehurst second, and then the 7/10 gap back to Joe Colasacco in 3rd spot, and then quite a big gap of 2.3 seconds back to Philipp Buchhofer in 4th place. And Philipp Buchhofer is from Switzerland, and he races, he's raced quite small cars, for example, Formula Junior cars as well. A Lotus 44 and the Lotus 24 here at Monaco. He's finished 3rd here at Monaco, so certainly a driver to be watched. Races at Goodwood as well. He's got a Lotus Elan, Swiss businessman, and he won in Formula Junior Lola at the start of this year, so he's already been a winner. That's Philipp Buchhofer in 4th place from Switzerland. Lucas Halusa in 5th place in number 22 rather, 2nd youngest son of Martin Halusa. Did a track day in his first race in 2014. He's raced E-types, all sorts of things.
Yes, they used to have a Formula 3 race as part of this meeting for a while, and because Formula 3 was such a part of the Grand Prix where young stars used to emerge, and the likes of Ken Tyrrell and Colin Chapman used to watch at the hairpin and decide who they might sign.
John Clark from Scotland here in the Yeoman Credit Cooper. I think that's the Yeoman Credit colours. And in number 56, a driver with a huge network of dealerships in Scotland, 13th fastest at the moment. And now we're going back to another Lotus 18.
Now that had a Scottish band on the front, because in his Ireland race, that car, it was indeed a Scottish, like Rob Walker became a great Formula 1 reporter and critic and writer.
What a character, yeah.
Yeah, was a captain of a fishing boat at one time. But, got up to all kinds of tricks, did Innes.
Puccinelli there in the Cooper. He's 23rd at the moment in the little Cooper, and quite a nice little rundown. 48 there is nice to see him. That's Robert Pullin in the Lotus 18. The Lotus 18 a bit squarer and older, so quite recognisable, a Lotus 18, whereas from the 21 and 25, you can see quite a lot of work taking place on the circuit to try and soak up all that oil. That
was a big blow-up, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I was slightly tricked by the shadow of the posts when I said I'm not awfully certain if it is, but as you can see, they've got all the tricks, all the machines to hoover up the what used to be cement dust. I don't think it is any longer. You call it kitty litter yesterday. It's a bit more like that, yes. Which actually absorbs the oil, and then they can pick it up with this, what is basically a large vacuum cleaner.
So a bit of a hiatus at the moment. 14 minutes still to go. Mark Shaw, a little surprising, I suppose, in provisional pole, but quite a lot of laps to go yet before this is decided. Bob, they're very elegant, these little cars, aren't they, from this era?
They are. They're very, very attractive and very manageable and easy to, well, relatively easy to run. Looking at Sid Hoole there, who's done well.
Yeah, and the Cooper. I mean, Sid's been racing forever, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's had quite a bit of success here in the past.
Yeah, I think he's been on the podium. In 2022, it was Colasacco from Drake. Dan Collins was in 4th. In 2021, it was Shaw from Nick Taylor, Buhofer. Not so many runners then. In 2018, Middlehurst, one of his wins from Colasacco, so you can see it goes right back. And then James King, who was quite a competitor, was in 3rd place. In 2016, it was Middlehurst again from Colasacco, so they've got quite a lot of history, those two. Yeah. 2014, Middlehurst again from Sid Hoole in 2nd, and then 2012, Sid Hoole was 2nd to Middlehurst as well.
Yeah, the chap was leaning down into Mark Shaw's cockpit. Well, maybe his driver, Horatio Fitzsimon, fine young racing driver, a lovely man actually, and spends most of his time in the United States. And his father raced before him. We've seen him going very quickly at Goodwood, and lots of success in Lotus Elands and Formula Junior cars. So that's who I sometimes you just can't get the name, can you? And it came to me. Love look at that exhaust system. Well, that's art, isn't it?
And actually building those cars was such art as well, wasn't it? Because of course, the mechanics had to make so much.
But the Colasacco car, the exhaust system on that's just got 2 pipes coming out of chrome, but I think you described it yesterday as a plate of spaghetti. It is the most fantastic piece of metalwork, and looks almost like a sculpture. I mean, if you took it out of the car and put it on a wood plank, everybody'd say, what a marvellous sculpture. Well, all these marshals, about 15 or so of them, working hard to clean this circuit up, and they've got to do that because no grip at all if they haven't cleaned that up. And just obviously holding the proceedings up a little bit.
Yeah, there's still 14 minutes and 20 seconds of the session to go, so certainly worth everyone waiting for the restart. Number 9 there is going to be the first driver out onto the track, and that's Kostas Michael in a Cooper T73.
Yeah, but those front 3, Bob, are quite substantially quicker than the rest of the field, I think.
Actually, that's been pushed off, isn't it? Maybe that was the car that had stopped, or was it?
Ah, it could have been. Have they...
Number 9, Kostas Michael. That's interesting that it's been wheeled back. We didn't think it was number 9, did we?
Well, it's difficult to see from the angle the number it was, but...
So, lots of chaps with brooms working away, trying to get rid of that spilt oil. And remember that it's much more easy to make a mistake with a gear change, with braking, than it is these days. They have fail-safe in the Formula cars these days. You don't have blown engines. You don't miss a gear.
You've got a computer controlling it.
Exactly. Yeah. Rather than a driver. So it was much easier in those days to make
miss a gear.
Basic mistakes, which could mean losing a position or losing an engine.
Yes. Steering not so heavy on these little cars, of course. You can't narrow tyres, relatively speaking.
Yeah. So Mark Shaw from Andy Middlehurst, Joe Colasacco, Philip Buhofer, Lucas Halusa, Christopher Drake, and then Andy Willis, and then number 34, Andrea Stortoni from Italy, and Dan Collins, Stefan Jobstl.
Quite a few, as we mentioned, the Cooper firm, and some of our younger listeners will know Mini Coopers, of course, and there's a long history to that. So Cooper Car Company is a very successful racing car manufacturer from Surbiton in Surrey, originally run by Charles Cooper and then followed up by his son John. And when the Mini came out very early, in the early 60s, when the BMC, British BMC, who built the Minis, got Cooper to do a hotted up version, and that association has stuck ever since. So, right through to the period now when obviously latest Mini Cooper is basically a BMW. It's owned by BMW, obviously. But Cooper also totally transformed the Indianapolis 500 scene by going rear engine, didn't they, with Jack Brabham going, and all the old boys at India wonder what the hell was going on when this car appeared in the pit lane, little car with the engine in the back. But,
yes, it gave them a nasty shock.
Yeah, it did. And the Cooper family are still involved. And some occasionally come to race meetings. I've seen them at Silverstone, and the Cooper name lives on. But I think Cooper had successful Formula One, was successful in Formula One with people like Bruce McLaren and Jack Brabham were their factory drivers, and both of them, of course, went off to set up their own Formula One teams, their own manufacturing facilities, and then sort of Cooper sort of went downhill as a racing team after that.
Very distinguishable, the works cars with their stripes, white stripes on blue.
Greeny blue.
Yes, yeah. So Kostas Michael has a works car, so too Richard Wilson out there. Actually, Christopher Drake's car is, but he's got a slightly different paint scheme on his, whereas Sid Hoole's is an ex-Rob Walker car.
That colour scheme with the thick white stripes, I don't recognise that. What was the history of that car?
Well, it was built in order to take part in the British Formula One races. Its first driver was John Taylor, who raced at the International Trophy in 1964.
Yes, John Taylor, a big expert on Mallory Park circuit was John Taylor. But I just see that Alan Rollinson, a fine young driver many years ago in lights of qualifying, I think he tried to qualify the car, did he? Yeah.
Failed to qualify for the next British Grand Prix, and also Pierre's Courage for the next month
Yeah.
at the Mediterranean Grand Prix.
When we went from this category up to 3 litres, Cooper used Maserati engines for a while, didn't it? Big Maserati engines, which were a bit old-fashioned, but didn't really do the job.
And they had here, for example, such a short nose. Do you remember? And the massive radiator at the front.
Yes, they had a special short nose version that stop hitting at the hairpin and stuff.
Exactly.
And, yeah, a very sort of stubbed nose. And a great Austrian driver. Some of you will remember Jochen Rindt. He started his Formula One career with Cooper.
For some reason, it seemed a much bigger engine.
Yeah, I think it was quite old-fashioned, wasn't it, that motor? It certainly didn't have the power. Ferrari, of course, really got to that first, didn't they?
So let's hope we get a restart fairly soon. I think we should do.
We should. I mean, they were doing a very good job of clearing that
Yeah.
up. This chap's having a little sit-down, look, next to Mark Shaw's car. Well, there's a funny car, number 35. That's the
Assegai?
guy, yes.
Julian Ellison.
So very much a one-off special, that. It's got a little Alfa Romeo engine in.
Yep.
And I don't think that ever raced in a Grand Prix, but...
Well, it raced in the South African Championship in 1963 and was one of the local cars entered in the Rand Grand Prix, which was held in December in the presence of Lotus BRM and Lola teams.
Oh,
That's the Assegai.
Yeah, the South Africans built a few of those. It was a thing called the LDS, which is a guy called Doug Serurier. But I think that was based on a Cooper.
And they used Alfa Romeo engines quite a lot.
Yeah, they did. It was a very healthy scene in South Africa racing in Formula One. But back in the 70s, they had quite a successful Formula One championship. A lot of the teams used to sell their last year's car to different organisations. So there was a lot of tobacco sponsorship there, the Lucky Strike brand and the Gunston brand. And there was a big war going on. And their two main drivers, there was a guy called Dave Charlton, who had a series of Lotuses, and then there was a Zimbabwean, but that was Rhodesian in those days, driver called John Love, and they used to really battle out that championship. And there was quite a lot of other quick guys like Eddie Kaizen and a number of good South African drivers.
So the track looks relatively clear. Let's just keep an eye on the flags.
The green light is flashing.
Green
there.
light, yeah.
So those marshals have done a good job, but took a little while.
It'll be a moment or two before that dust dissipates as well when they do go out, but it's 14 minutes and 19 seconds remain of the session. So
now those are the main pictures that we see there, where the Formula One cars will be in 2 weeks' time. But well, they'll turn up sort of probably a week on Monday, will they?
well, yeah, immediately after the San Marino, well, it's not San Marino Grand Prix, it's the Gran Premio de Emilia Romagna,
yes,
which is next weekend.
At the town of San Marino.
At Imola.
At Imola.
Yeah.
But used to have the San Marino name.
Yeah. So the cars are started, as I say, 40 minutes and 19 seconds still to go. And they're ready to go, and it's just a matter of the light turning green at the pit lane exit, and they will be on circuit.
Dan Collins had that helmet with the yellow and blue, very characteristic helmet. There, the 46 car we talked about, Innis Ireland, the ebullient Scotsman who raced that car in that light green colour.
At one time, he was a Scotsman called Ireland, living in Wales.
Yes, indeed.
Lived at Prestane, Prestane House in Wales.
There's that helmet again. And we talked about the blue wheels on the Ferrari. For a long time, Lotus had yellow wheels. And you just saw them there. That 46 car leads them out of Kurt Delbane in the BRP with a BRM engine. Well, that's also a V8.
BRP standing for British Racing Partnership.
Which was involved with Sterling Moss's father, wasn't it? I believe set that up.
or Ken Gregory was
Ken
his
Gregory.
manager.
Yeah, they were in it together, were they? And, so 3 Lotuses in, 4 Lotuses in a row.
So they've got to be tiptoe a little bit on the dust down at Portier. They've got to be a little bit careful.
They'll be aware of it. Now, where are the quick boys positioned in this one? So we're looking for number 7, Mark Shaw. We're looking for Andy Middlehurst, of course, and we're looking for the number 4 car of Joe Colasacco, the beautiful Ferrari.
So here they go, setting up a little bit of, putting up a little bit of dust. Actually, the marshals have done a good job with their vacuum cleaner and have got most of the dust, haven't they?
Yeah, that stripy flag, if you're not used to flag signals, saying liquid on the course, usually oil, but can be some other things.
Yeah, this is liquid on the course or just slippery track surface?
I suppose slippery track surface, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't actually go into what it is.
No.
So the car's back out on track again. Remember, Shaw from Middlehurst, Colasacco, Buhofer, Halusa and Drake, that's the top 6. Then Willis, Stortoni, Collins and Jobstel in the top 10.
And trying to look a bit further down, see if anybody might jump into that top 10. Maybe Sid Hall, also experience in that Cooper.
Katsuaki Kubota, the
oh yeah, he's just on the edges there.
Japanese driver.
And Nick Taylor, we mentioned, with his car was actually raced by the Count Wolfgang von Trips early in his career before he joined Ferrari. And that's a car just gone through the picture white with the checkered flag stripes. 2 Team Lotus cars, wheel to wheel, up the hill they go.
Yeah, you were talking about...
So that white car, in the paddock, he had the car, and on the dashboard of the car where it was parked, he had a little model of the car. It was beautifully presented out, and he had a book, the whole history of the car, one of those photo books, which apparently he made to send to Goodwood because he was having trouble getting an entry. And that did it.
Well, there he is. I think that is that Baratti? Federico Baratti? No, it wasn't. But yeah, the yellow wheels. You were talking about yellow wheels.
Yeah.
Well, the yellow wheels, of course, on Team Lotus cars.
Yes.
But you can see it's not easy to get a quick lap when you're right in the traffic. Very, very difficult. We asked yesterday if they perhaps are allowed to use radios to perhaps suggest to the drivers, as they would in Formula One, in modern Formula One, that they drop back or whatever, and the answer came from classic Team Lotus: no, don't complicate it any further. So they just have to find their own piece of track and use it accordingly. So coming up to complete the first flying laps and keeping well out of the way there, I think, was Sid Hull. Doing a good job keeping out of the way.
Yeah, as you know, Bob, I'm following this quite closely, but there's a chap here I'm not aware of. A 9th place, Tortoni, an Italian racer, but I'm not sure of his history.
No.
And it's still Shaw, Middlehurst, Colasacco. Buhofer's come into the pit. Halusa is looking, if he's looking a bit racy, could move up the top 5. But we need one more lap, really, don't we, to establish what's going to happen. Still effectively on an out lap.
This is Mark Shaw we're looking at the moment, who's fastest, and he's got a clear track, although he's got number 20 ahead of him. That's Teffion Salisbury in the extra walker, former winner around this circuit, as you've said earlier. So Mark Shaw just gaining on him. He should catch him in the tunnel, should be able to get past fairly easily, if not before. And Teffion Salisbury keeps out of the way and allows Mark Shaw to go through. Much more polite, this lot, aren't
Lotus 21, Lotus 18, the chassis is very similar. They really streamlined the body down between them. Lotus 18, an intriguing shape at the back, isn't there? rear of the car.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the early cars, you can see quite a lot of the mechanicals of the car, but with this formula, you couldn't see much. And obviously, you can see the suspension there, the coil springs at the rear.
Lucas Halusa there in the Brabham, very recognisable with its gold central stripe.
Yeah.
Lucas Halusa at the moment in 5th place.
Well, Mark Shaw, I think maybe on this lap go a little bit quicker. He's on the pole provisionally at 150.9, and Middlehurst has got 0.3 of us. Middlehurst just gone fastest in the first sector. So I think Middlehurst on a bit of a push now, which he needs really, with 7 minutes or so remaining. And Colasacco not on a quick lap at the moment, but Shaw goes faster, down to 50.0. And we're interested to see middle sector for Middlehurst.
That puts Shaw 1.2 seconds ahead of Middlehurst, but Middlehurst, as you say, very quick in the first sector, and a very canny competitor. He knows how to do it. He knows how to make this car go quickly, and he knows when to put the hammer down, especially on a slippery surface that we've already had. So there he is.
Yeah, all those years of racing, right back to the 1980s. And he, for a long time, was a big Nissan dealership. He's sold that now. He's just selling new second-hand cars, almost new second-hand cars, and still got a big workshop up in the northeast. So wasn't so quick in the middle sector. Might have been Bolt on that lap.
Yeah.
There is that. Yeah, there he is, pushing his way through the famous Lotus colours.
Oh, he's done it. He's gone fastest.
Has 1:48.49. First place and into the 49s. 49.5. With Middlehurst.
That puts him about half a second quicker than Mark Shaw. So there's 6.5 minutes still to go. Still plenty of time. 2 or 3 laps for these guys.
Just wonder what Colasacco's on his. Colasacco is on his lap, and it's not looking if he's going to challenge for the pole. The race that he won last time out 2 years ago. And Middlehurst going faster again on this next lap, I think. Anybody else moving up or down, Bob? Collins still in 9th. Taylor still going well in that former privateer Lotus 18, which was originally raced by Swiss driver Michael May. I mean, it's so different in those days. You could, as an independent, you could turn up and race in Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Here
with your car on a flatbed VW transporter.
Tracking with Middlehurst here through the swimming pool section.
Christopher Drake has improved in 5th place, and Stortoni has improved in 7th. Sid Toole was in the pits. Katsuaki Kubota is in the pits. They both are still. So is Andy Willis in 9th place. But they've got 5 minutes to go. So it's getting to the sharp end of this session. And if they're going to make their move, it's got to be soon. Yellow flag at Saint-Devote. Who's gone off there? Probably up the escape road. Number 15, that's Dan Collins.
But just talking, you mentioned Sid Hall, because back a decade ago, he finished 2nd twice to Middlehurst here.
Whoa, number 15. Oh, braking late. And that was James Hagan, the American. I think he's American, but
I'm sure he is.
Was he Irish? Can't remember. But
I think he's in a Formula 2 car.
James Hagan, Irish. Yeah. Actually played rugby until he injured himself, so came to play cars instead.
That was the tangle.
Ooh, yes.
2 different shades of green. Yeah, it's a 46 car going round, and that's Kurt Cobain from the States in the BRP. And looking pretty racy there, wasn't he? That hump as you dive down the hill.
Which everybody tries to avoid in modern Formula cars. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. No improvements at the moment.
Mark Shaw might have a bit of a go here, look. It's 1.6 seconds behind Middlehurst.
Yeah. So
age has not dimmed the speed of Andy Middlehurst, as I said. It won a race last weekend at Donington in the fire-breathing Nissan Skyline. Godzilla, they called that model, didn't they? They raced a lot, Australian nickname. And
Andy Willis into the top 10, now in 9th place. Nick Taylor in 8th place. A couple of British drivers there.
Yeah, and then the Welsh driver, Salisbury, in the ex-Stirling Moss winning car here, beating those Ferraris. Fantastic race. Oh dear.
The Assegai is there, and so is Mark Shaw.
Yeah, well, I guess Mark Shaw was going a lot quicker than the Assegai and is tangled with it, and driver climbs out. That sort of Ferrari shark-nosed copy there with Julian Ellison.
Yeah, he's got, Mark Shaw's got scars on the front of the car.
But mechanically, I think it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Look at there. This is how it happened, just huge closing speed. And
he went for a gap and it closed, basically.
Yeah, yes. I was... Mark should have really seen him coming and moved over, given him a bit more room.
So 2 minutes to go, and the Assegai is stranded at the swimming pool.
I wonder if they got any spare wishbones for that car.
Yeah.
Well, there he is.
So a rare car, that.
Yeah,
yes.
well, it's a one-off, isn't it?
Yeah.
A low-budget operation as well, and down on power, of course, that little Alfa Romeo engine. But, yeah.
Julian Ellison.
So any chance, I think Mark Shaw had a matching the Middlehurst time has gone there, full course.
Full course yellow. Mark Shaw hasn't actually come into the pits.
And
interestingly
just
enough.
a minute and 20 seconds, so that's it. Andy Middlehurst will be on the pole with Mark Shaw and Joe Colasacco, the three that we thought would be there, Bob.
Yeah.
And then Halusa, Berhofer, Drake, Stortoni, good job by him, Nick Taylor, Andy Willis and Dan Collins rounding out the top 10.
And the red flag goes out, so that's the end of this session, because they will not have time to restart it. So Andy Middlehurst again showing his prowess around this circuit. On pole position from the Scottish driver Mark Shaw, second, and then third Joe Colasacco in the Ferrari in third spot. In fourth, Lucas Halusa in number 22. And then fifth is Philip Buchhofer from Switzerland. And sixth, completing the top six, is Christopher Drake from the United Kingdom. So, once again, very competitive from Christopher Drake. Then our new discovery, Stortoni, in 7th place.
Yeah, he has raced that car before. He's also raced a Lotus 11, but not sure of his complete history. But a good job, certainly by Stortoni. Looking at the pictures of him on the internet, heavily bearded.
So perhaps disappointing Katsueki Kubota in 15th place. We'd expect to see him perhaps a little bit higher up the order.
Stortoni had raced in the Glover Trophy at Goodwood 3 years ago.
And we'd expect perhaps to see Sid Hoole, who is in 18th place, higher up the order as well.
But then, you know, Sid was competitive 10 years ago, but I think he's probably well into his 70s.
Yeah.
Sid
Yeah.
Hall. And great to be able to race still, isn't it?
There is Andy Middlehurst, so another pole position for him.
And car beautifully prepared by classic team Lotus. And,
Headed by Clive Chapman, of course.
and Chris. It'll come to me in a minute. So John Romano, who raced in this thing 8-9 times, down there in 17th place.
So yes, 1 minute and 13 seconds still remain. I wouldn't have thought there's any point in restarting this, but maybe they will. I don't know. They haven't actually recovered the Assegai yet.
No, a little bit slow with that, aren't they?
Or have they now?
Chris Dinage is what I was trying to think of.
Chris Dinage, yeah.
Yeah, and he's the team manager. He was, he's been with Lotus for many years. They were having a very spirited discussion yesterday with some scrutineers who were annoying him. And Chris was the #1 mechanic for Ayrton Senna. We're going to see a great display of Senna machinery at lunchtime. We're looking forward to that. And from karts right through to his later Formula 1 cars, but also some of the cars that he competed in the junior categories where he went flying up the ranks, of course. Yeah, classic Team Lotus, a whole fleet of cars. They've got quite a lot of stuff that still can be rebuilt.
Have they? They've got...
Yeah, they start to have, they've got the famous jet car going, and I've seen it demonstrating at Goodwood, and that was four-wheel drive, because we talked about four-wheel drive Ferguson earlier, and yeah, they do a terrific job up there at the same head where originally Team Lotus were based, in Hethel. Of course, Lotus cars now owned by the Chinese Geely Corporation, been through various different ownerships. Well, there's race control, and I noticed there's also a police chief in there, which you wouldn't normally see in a lot of races.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. I can remember commentating at Silverstone, and we used to have a police during the British Grand Prix, and we used to have a policeman in the box with us.
Is that so? Yes.
Just in case there was some sort of crisis.
Yes.
And it needed to be sorted out.
I mean, at Silverstone, a couple of crazies run onto the track now and then.
Well, exactly, yeah.
So there on your screen is the results list. Again, you see that gap of 1.5 seconds between first and second, going through now through to 24th place. And famous Mr. John of B there. We can't find out what the B's for. I mean, we know his real name, but why is Mr. John of, I mean, he's Jean, so I suppose that makes a John. So, but he got the most magnificent collection of cars.
31 cars qualified. That's actually 2 less than yesterday, so I suspect we may have lost, for example, a couple of the cars that had problems yesterday, like Philippe Bonny. I don't think he took part in number 80.
So some nice shots reviewing what just went on, and Andy Middlehurst, there he is with the beautiful, sleek Lotus 25, the car that changed the way racing cars were constructed, as we said at the top, going to this bent, folded aluminium bathtub-style chassis from the tubular frame, and before that was a ladder chassis, wasn't it? But as said, it's a great thing about coming to this race meeting. You can see the total evolution of the Formula 1 car over a period of 40 years. So, next up, have a little change, I think.
little highlights package
Yeah.
as we see the cars going back out. This was the start of qualifying. And remember, the car to look out for was Andy Middlehurst in number 6, Mark Shaw in number 7, Joe Colasacco. And there is number 6, Andy Middlehurst, in that Lotus 25 that Andrew was just talking about. And catching traffic, which was the problem, and literally going between the two of them. Amazing.
He's really carrying plenty of speed down into there, isn't he?
You'd never get that in modern Formula One.
No, too wide. There wouldn't have been a space.
Wouldn't fit. So Middlehurst setting such a good time and just showing everybody how it done. Look how close he was.
Yeah.
He was up on the curb there, close to the barrier, kissing the barrier, as they will be in a couple of weeks' time. But you just give a slight brush to the barrier in terms of a kiss. It mustn't be a smacker, because if it's a smacker, you probably end up in the pits.
That's a technical term, is it?
Yeah.
Now, Bob, when
Only
did you,
here.
Yeah, Bob, when did you first cover this? When did you first come to Monaco?
1972.
Yeah.
I've been to Monaco before that, but as literally I was hitchhiking from Florence back to Grenoble, and I came via Monaco.
I think I might have been a couple of years before you.
So this is the highlights package still, and Joe Colasacco in this instance trying to thread his way through the back markers, and that was the reason for the stoppage. And to clear up the track, race control said red flag, and this is what happened. A large amount of oil smoke from the back of that car, which was then wheeled away, but it took a long time to clear up the oil that had been distributed, and a long wait in the pits for the drivers. They went back out again and resumed the session.
It was about 15 minutes, wasn't it? That wait.
If not more, I think.
Yeah.
And then there was this little coming together between Mark Shaw and Julian Ellison, and that spelt the end of the session. And the Assegai into the barrier, number 35 there. And that was the end of the session. This is what happened, just a little nudge. No way was Mark Shaw alongside. It was more, he thought there was a gap and it closed. And that was Julian Ellison's right, to be honest. So Ellison out of the car. No damage to either driver. Red flag and the end of the session. So we will now look forward to Series D coming up. Grand Prix cars, 3-litre Grand Prix cars from 66 to 72 coming up shortly.
Intervenir dès qu'il y a un problème sur une voiture, pouvoir rendre la course la plus fluide possible et permettre de spectacle. En tant que chef de poste, vous, le patron de ce poste numéro 18, qu'est-ce que ça consiste, à quoi consiste justement ce rôle de chef de poste, mais également comment vous vous organisez vous, justement sur votre poste avec plusieurs commissaires qui sont en charge? Il y a plusieurs fonctions, il y a plusieurs rôles. Moi, c'est de superviser l'ensemble des rôles, donc c'est des personnes qui sont fortement entraînées, vous savez, puisque vous avez participé à nos côtés aux entraînements. Nous avons des gens qui font des interventions eux-mêmes, ils sont au commando, ils sont déjà pré-réglés. C'est moi qui leur donne des ordres par rapport à la direction de course, qui elle-même envoie les informations. Nous sommes en relation avec eux. Nous avons également les signaleurs qui permettent de donner des informations aux pilotes pour savoir si éventuellement il y a un danger, la terre, des choses de ce type. Et nous avons bien sûr aussi est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui peut être gérer justement des voitures historiques d'ailleurs, parfois comme avec les formules actuelles, même des formules totalement, elles sont totalement différentes. C'est vrai que comme vous pouvez voir, des grilles qui sont plus ou moins hauts selon la carte de circuit. Parfois, malheureusement, nous avons belles antiquités et il faut intervenir à un certain grand nombre parce qu'on ne peut pas les tracter comme nous pouvons le faire d'habitude avec des Formule 1. Justement, ce qui est plutôt intéressant, c'est les épreuves qu'il y a pendant le stage de commissaire de piste, notamment l'épreuve de la gazelle qui est peut-être la plus difficile. Est-ce que vous pouvez expliquer justement cette épreuve de la gazelle? Je l'ai fait, cette épreuve de la gazelle. Croyez-moi que c'est cardio. C'est du cardio à faire. Oui, c'est le juge de paix, c'est savoir véritablement si on est suffisamment en forme pour pouvoir intervenir. Donc, il y a différents passages sur cette gazelle, comme sauter un rail, des poids courir une certaine vitesse, donc tout ça sous un temps chronométré et qui est éliminatoire. Si on reste en forme le plus possible pour pouvoir réaliser tout ça. Et justement, on va pouvoir voir un petit extrait justement on-board avec les commissaires de piste et même d'ailleurs justement par rapport à ces images qu'on est en train de voir et de réaliser justement pour comprendre ce rôle de commissaire de piste. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose, c'est une vocation, j'ai envie de dire, pour donner envie aux gens d'être commissaire de piste, une vocation à avoir? Cette série dès dans quelques instants.
We're back here at the Monaco Historic 3-litre Formula One Grand Prix cars from 1966 to 1972 and the beautiful site of Lotus 72 from Classic Team Lotus, and that's Kubota in the number 2 car, who won this in that car back in, well, 10 years ago, Bob Constanturis. I think the class of the field here will certainly be Michael Lyons in the Surtees. He was second last time out, some 14 seconds behind Stuart Hall, who won this in 16 and the McLaren M19A, but this time the owner of the car is going to drive it, and that's the commodity trader Roel Gotha, and Roel will not be as quick as Stuart. But one of the, just saw it there, perhaps the most interesting story of this whole race is to see racing here for the first time one of the most successful drivers from Mexico of all time, Adrian Fernandez, and he has bought a BRM, and it means something really special to him because one of the first big name Mexican drivers, Pedro Rodriguez, raced that car. I think he had a second place in it. Raced it in quite a lot of World Championship events. Adrian bought it. Adrian did a demonstration in it once at the Mexico Grand Prix, and liked the car so much, he said, well, I got to buy this car. And then he got in a bidding war with some Russian guy, but the owner liked the fact that a Mexican was buying a car that a Mexican had raced in, period. So he's got that. I mean, Adrian, terrific career, of course, in IndyCar racing, then ran his own team, won the LMP2 championship for Honda, or Acura, in 2009, American Le Mans Series. success at Le Mans, originally in Indy Lights, and they raced in the kart series and then Indy series from 93 to 04, and was second overall in that championship in 2006. For a while, managed Sergio Perez, and he doesn't do so anymore, but it was, I think, without Adrian's help, Sergio Perez might not have ever made Formula One, actually. Now, there's an intriguing shot. Tell us about the mirror.
That's the central mirror on what is called the Eiffelland. It's actually a march which was rebodied by a company called Eiffelland, who to promote their caravans, would you believe? So it was a caravan company in Germany, and they bought this 701, and Rolf Stommelen drove it, and it's got this central mirror right in front of the driver. Hopefully the driver is confident of seeing around it. The Eiffelland is being driven by David Shaw, not to be confused with Mark Shaw. And David Shaw has got this Eiffelland. There's a few stars as well in this session. Some interesting drivers. Tom Hartley Jr., who's very well known for purveying exotic road cars from his base in the Midlands of the UK.
Yeah, he's in Derbyshire, isn't he?
Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Well, do you call that? I thought it was Leicestershire, actually.
I thought, well, maybe he's on the border somewhere, but...
Katsuaki Kubota, the Japanese driver, and one Adrian Newey. About whom quite a lot has been written recently. It has to be said that he is in one of the older cars in this, particularly when you look at the Lotus 72 is out there of Katsuaki Kubota, the Japanese software developer, but Adrian Newey is in a Lotus 49, and the difference between those is about 3 years and quite a lot of development. So you can imagine the 72 is going to be a lot quicker in theory than the 49B, however much the expert designer Adrian Newey has worked on that car, and also Lanzanti as well in Petersfield in Hampshire have worked on the car as well. So
Adrian has raced this Lotus 49 before, and he's
crashed it as well.
Crashed it. He's raced a GT40. He's raced at Le Mans in a Ferrari some years ago.
He's also raced an E-Type as well.
They got a very quick E-Type that I think has also been driven by Jenson Button at Goodwood.
Well, also worth pointing out is Claudia Hurtgen, her reappearance in a Ferrari 312 from Methuselah Racing. That's a 1969 car. So again, it's one of the older cars as well. So perhaps not too much to be expected. Roald Goethe is out in the McLaren M19A.
A winning car around here, but with Stuart Hall. And but Michael Lyons in that family Surtees, he's been raced by his mother previously, and we said yesterday, didn't we, not many people are racing the car that their mother had raced. But I think Michael will be difficult to catch. Also Sean Lynn in there was a bit of a late entry, taking over the Brabham BT37 Lobster Claw, which is normally raced by his mate Jamie Constable. And
worth pointing out, sorry, just to go back to Adrian Newey, that Lotus 49B, the Lotus 49B won here in 1968 and 69, and then a 49C won in 1970. The first two in the hands of Graham Hill, the second, or the third rather, in 1970 in Jochen Rindt's hands. So it's been a win around here.
Now there is a car that you love, the Matra MS120. And so Mr. John B, who's got several Matras, got sports cars as well. And what you love about it, Bob, we're just looking at now the engine with the most magnificent scream, one of the finest mechanical noises you can ever hear. There's Surtees with the famous Surtees Arrow. Is that Mike Hailwood helmet? Because that's Mike Hailwood, one of the few people to really make the transition from motorbike racing to Formula One, and a fantastic guy to boot. Mike Hailwood, and so his helmet being used there. And here's a car raced by the Argentine Carlos Reutemann, who died relatively recently. But Sean Lynn has just bought the Masters Racing Series. And he's got he's got lots of cars, particularly Bentleys. He's got a couple of Bentleys. Bentleys demonstrated at Donington last week. He had the first Le Mans Bentley from 2000-ish and the last one from 2003. He had the one that I remember had the Ford HB engine in the test car. And they demonstrated Donington last weekend and looked absolutely great. But interesting to see what Sean does with the new racing in front. The two main groups that run historic motor racing both changed hands in the last few months.
Well, you said Sean Lynn brought Masters.
Yes.
Surely it's Frédéric Fatien who bought Masters.
No, he bought Legends. Sorry, Legends Masters. He bought Legends.
Okay.
And you're absolutely right. Fred Fatien, based in France and Dubai, have bought Masters.
Okay.
Absolutely spot on, yes.
So Sean Lynn is in that Brabham, which was originally down for Jamie Constable, number 9.
Yeah.
So just moving our cameraman out of the way. Number 1 there is Tom Hartley Jr., who I mentioned earlier on. And that is, he hasn't done a lot of racing, Tom Hartley Jr. So big coming around Monaco in a Formula 1 1970 March 701.
Yeah,
quite something. Here comes the field then, led out by Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 72.
Yeah, just a quickie, I launched that March at a very cold day at Silverstone. The whole March deal with the Tyrrell running 2 cars, and obviously the STP, there's one of those STP cars here as well. March 701, the March group, Max Mosley, Robin Hurd, Alan Rees, who's still with us, and Graham Coker. They were the founders of that company. It's found a lot of success in America for a while.
So there they go through Massenet. That's the left-hander into Casino Square. And these are considerably quicker. This is finally the DFV era, if you like.
Yes.
The Lotus 49 being the first car to get a DFV engine when it first came out in 1967. And these are the cars with DFVs. We're going to hear a lot of DFVs from now on to the rest, through the rest of the day.
Because the engine had tremendous longevity, didn't it? So we've got this is Series D, but Series F and G would be predominantly DFV engines. So.
D, E, F and G, really.
Yeah.
So 4 years, four eras.
Yes.
Before the turbos really came in, well, they started off in 1977 with the Renault Turbo.
So it will be very interesting. This is a very nice BRF, this P153, designed by Tony Southgate, if I remember correctly. Adrian Fernandez obviously hasn't raced for a while. He's 62 years old now. He's very excited to have this car. He's very excited to be here racing at Monaco, and a bit unexpected to see that car, but Michael Lyons turned the screen purple, as we would expect, and just let it go for 2 or 3 laps, and then we'll establish some sort of format. I noticed Adrian Newey's in the class for the older cars, Bob. There's a couple of them, so and Claudia Hurtgen. So it'll be interesting to compare Claudia Hurtgen and Newey.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So early time, but I'm sure we're going to go quicker than that. From Michael Lyons, who is, as you say, the son of Frank and Judy.
Yeah.
Construction people from Essex.
Yeah, I think Felsted in Essex, isn't it, where they come from? But they must have quite a few DFE engines, because they've got several DFE powered cars. So they've got the fabulous Ibec Le Mans car that Ian Bracey built, and they found it in a barn 2 miles away from where they were. The bloke had it for years in there. They found it in this barn. They've restored it. It was able to race at Silverstone Festival last year. Michael ran away with that race. The rules allowed it to race. They still haven't got papers at the moment. Somebody's complaining the brakes have been changed to the ones it ran with originally, only for 1 race, and the rest of the time it raced, it had different brakes, which is what it's got on now. But anyway, they're having a little bit of a do. And Adrian Newey, overtaking Mr. John B.
Well, one car out there which is going to look very, very strange in comparison to everybody else's is number 12. That's the Ferrari 312B3, also known as the Spezzaneve, which directly translated means snowplow. And you'll see why, because of its front treatment. We'll see it in a moment, but just watching at the moment the Lotus 49B of Adrian Newey. There it is with gold leaf colours. There's the Spezzaneve just passing out a shot to our left. Obviously a red Ferrari, but it never actually raced. It was tested. It was the brainchild of Mauro Foghieri, the brilliantly talented, right up until his death, he was still working on Ferraris. Brilliantly talented engineer, not only of chassis but also of engines.
Yeah,
he
that's
was
what I
both.
was just going to say. Yeah, not many people like that.
No.
And yeah. So Lyons definitely setting the pace, but certainly Matthew Wrigley in the March 721G. And there's a bit of story with that yellow car. We'll see that in a little while, won't we, Bob? But it was built for a privateer. They had two different designs in 1972, did March. And this was one based on the Formula 2 chassis and raced by a guy called, charming man called Mike Beutler, and had a group of 4 stockbrokers sponsoring him. So Lyons going...
Herdgen and, oh, it's good to see Goethe out there, because Herdgen and Goethe, I think, whether they had problems yesterday. Sergeson certainly went into the barrier yesterday on dropped oil. That's Ewan Sergeson in number 7. But we're watching Michael Lyons, who's setting the fastest time. He's now fastest with a 136.8. Katsuaki Kubota is second, 138.1. And then Matthew Wrigley, sorry, son of Mike Wrigley, in third spot, 138.6. So just half a second there between those two. Then David Shaw in fourth place in the 141s, and the rest are below that. Adrian Fernandez at the moment in sixth place, and Adrian Newey at the moment in 11th place.
Well, Kubota knows how to win round here. He did that, what was it, 8 years ago? Yeah, no, 10 years ago. In the 2014 running of this meeting, he was the winner. And in this same car, he knows it well. Ahead of the American Duncan Dayton in a Brabham.
Fittipaldi was third in the Lotus 72 here in 1972. He was fifth the previous year, and they still had the 49 in 1970.
Yeah, with 49, it was quite bulbous, and they went to this incredible wedge shape, didn't they, with the 72. They changed the suspension quite a lot during the period. And it had torsion, it was ground braking with torsion bar suspension. I'm not sure they always ran that, or later they changed it, but a most effective racing machine, looked absolutely fantastic, and a lot of people love those black and gold JPS colours. So Lyons just gone faster again on that lap he's just completed now. Kubota second, Wrigley, Shaw, and then Sergeson. And Adrian Newey in 9th place at the moment.
Matthew Wrigley, last year was his first season, so he's driven a Penske and a Lotus Elan 26R as well. He's tried modern cars but didn't particularly like it, so he's raced against his dad. I say his first season, no.
No, it's not. He was very successful in historic Formula 2 racing. He was one of the men to beat in that. He's been racing a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, started in a Formula Ford Merlin.
Yeah. And I think he's been very effective in cars like that, in historic Formula Ford as well.
So Lyons fastest by just 9/10 of a second from Katsuaki Kubota. There is the Lotus 72, number 2, on your screens at the moment, or was on your screens. And third spot is Matthew Wrigley.
Just seen the McLaren go through there with the Yardley Cosmetics Company sponsorship. Very good sponsor back in the early 70s. They started with BRM, and then you remember Teddy Mayer at McLaren poached the sponsorship, which made Louis Stanley incandescent with rage. And then Marlboro came along. Again, McLaren stole the sponsor of Louis Stanley at BRM again, but they still had a contract with Yardley, so they ran 2 Marlboro cars, and they ran a third car for Mike Hailwood in also racing. Here's the snowplow again. No snow today.
Spezzaneve, there it is.
But if it was, it'd do a pretty good job, I think.
As I say, it never raced, but it was developed. They just took the development in a completely different direction.
Yeah.
But what a car it is. Franco Miners in that, number 12. And he is a Monegasque, so a local driver. He's raced Diablos, Lamborghini Diablos, Chevron B16, various cars, including a Lancia Pita Monte Carlo. That's probably the Group C car, and even an Escort. He was 6th in the Ferrari here in 2022. So he certainly knows his way around, as you would expect from a local driver. Franco Miners currently in 7th place, which is quite respectable. Number 27 there is the Eiffel Land. No sign of Claudia Hurtgen at all, or Bruno Ferrari. So neither of those two. So just 14 cars on circuit. And I think Hurtgen must have had a problem yesterday, which is a shame, but robs us of a very good-looking Ferrari. Lyons fastest, Wrigley in 2nd now. He's gone ahead of Kubota. And in 3rd spot, Kubota now. David Shaw, then Ewan Sergeson in 5th place, and Adrian Fernandez 6th. And it's Miners, Newey in 8th place, Mr. John of B in 9th, and Tom Hartley Jr. in 10th place. But the spread is about 10 seconds.
Yeah, but Wrigley's pretty close to Lyons. I was a bit surprised by that.
4 tenths.
Yeah. There's that Eiffel Land. I hope you can see around that mirror.
Yes, something that's meant to help you to see is actually obstructing your vision.
Yeah. They're chasing, being chased by Raoul Gotha.
There is the 49B. That's Adrian Newey then, at the moment in 8th place. I'm sure he's enjoying himself. I just wonder if his driver, Max Verstappen, has done a track walk with him and showed him where to go quick and where to be careful, because Max Verstappen lives here in Monaco.
We haven't seen any sign of him. May not be in town, of course, this weekend. You know, when you look at the Lotus 49, you always think of Graham Hill. It's had such huge success at this track. Mr. Monaco, we called him, didn't we?
Yeah.
And there's that yellow March 721G.
And he's heading for the pits.
Yeah.
Raised hand. Adrian Newey's got a big gap ahead of him, so to make up another place is quite difficult. It's about 2.3 seconds between him and if not 3.3 seconds, him and the car in front. Some Williams bodywork in the background. They're not about to put that on the
no,
march.
They're not, are they? Gotha's gone a little bit faster now. Obviously, he's coached by Stuart Hall also. Stuart coached his 2 sons.
Yeah, Roald Goethe has one son racing in current Formula 3.
Yes, he does, and it's pretty quick, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
And he's the younger son.
He's a race winner last year at Silverstone, and he went to the same school as Lando Norris, which is Millfield in the UK.
Famous sort of sporty public school, yes.
Well, when I mentioned that to Lando Norris, he said, yes, I did go, yes, but not very often.
But I suppose he was karting, was he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Michael Lyons in that Surtees TS9, originally built in Edenbridge in Kent. I went looking for the old factory the other day and I found a little supermarket on it, which was a little bit disappointing.
And they weren't selling Surtees.
They weren't, no.
No.
Michael Lyons going quicker now, look.
Yeah. 11 minutes still to go, still quite a lot of opportunity. And Michael Lyons quick in the second sector as well. Just Raskas and Noguez to go before the pit straight, or they call it a straight. It's slightly curved round to the right. And Lyons is going to go quicker again. 1:35.7 was the old time. 1:34.0 now puts him 2 seconds ahead of Matthew Wrigley.
Yeah, he is racing in the Team Surtees colours, blue in the Brook Bond Oxo colours. A car like that raced in, driven by Mike Hailwood actually. But this particular car mainly raced in South Africa with John Love, we mentioned a little earlier, in the Team Gunston red and gold colours, in fact. So they put it into a more recognisable colour scheme. That Surtees colour scheme, we see it in this race. Sometimes it's in blue and white, sometimes it's mainly in red and white, but for the Brook Bond Oxo sponsorship, they changed it to blue and white. And I remember going to a race, and Brook Bond at the time in the TV commercials had some chimpanzees which drank tea. Believe it or not, wouldn't be allowed these days, would it? And they brought a chimpanzee there and sat him in the car. Well, there's a few monkeys had driven this before. So Lyons, Wrigley, and Michael's pulled out a little bit. I mean, Michael's, of course, we didn't say this, Bob, did we? The winning most horrible American expression driver here has won 7 times.
Yeah, amazing.
I think one year he won three of these later classes, didn't he? Had huge success in this.
We're going to see him quite a few times now.
Sits quite far out of the guy's tall chap, Michael. He's about 6'2". And, I mean, early in his career, he was heading in a modern route. Although the family had lots of historic cars, did Formula Renault and so on pretty well, and he raced in the Ferrari GT cars with the AF Corsa team. But he was dragged back into the historic world, which is a big world these days, isn't it? And
also, of course, the family did quite a few Formula 3000, 5000 races as well.
He'd raced those cars.
Yep.
Don't seem to race much at the moment. There's that Mike Hailwood helmet.
Now, there's Katsuaki Kubota in the Lotus 72. Currently third fastest. Is he going to go ahead of Matthew Wrigley, who's in the pits at the moment?
Well, I think it's a possibility.
Yeah. That's a quick first sector time. It's actually quicker than Michael Lyons went last time.
Yeah, 8 minutes remaining in this session.
This is going to be an improvement from Kubota-san. He's been with Classic Team, and he slows right up. He slows just before Noguez at the end of the lap, so it's not going to be a faster lap. He's been with Classic Team Lotus for a long time, even though actually he's raced other cars. I always thought he'd stay with Lotus, but he's actually raced other cars as well.
Seen him in a March, I think, Formula One car in the past.
Yeah, and Tyrrell in 2017, McLaren, Lotus, obviously Lotus, even Lotus Elan as well.
Yeah. So this is Series D. Before lunch, we've still got Series E to come.
Yeah.
And then we've got I think another 3 sessions this afternoon, and of course the 7th parade. We're looking forward to that.
So Michael Lyons still 1:34.0. Katsuaki Kubota did not complete that lap at speed, so that wasn't an improvement. It's still Lyons, Wrigley, Kubota, Sergeson, Fernandez and Shaw in 6th place, and Lyons held up there by the BRM, the Ardley BRM. Shaw, then Franco Miners in 7th, Tom Hartley Jr. in 8th place, Adrian Newey now in 9th, and Mr. John of B in 10th place, ahead of Goethe, Mathilde, Lynn and Becker. That's the 14 that have practiced.
I'm not sure if that 11 car that Claudia Hurtgen was going to drive actually came in the end. Now we haven't We haven't been able to just really hear separate. We have the screaming mattering,
No.
the V12 of Mr. John B. Could maybe pick that up on our picture. We might just pick up the sound of it. That's this number 16 car, isn't it? The composites magnet. Can you be a composite magnet? I suppose you can. Anyway, Michael Lyons.
Depends how you spell it, really.
Yeah, yes.
Here he comes. This is not going to be an improvement from Michael Lyons. 134.0 is his best so far in this session. That was a 145, so obviously not an improvement. That's just under 6 minutes still to go. No improvements for anyone, really. Newey's been out there for quite some time. He's done 11 laps so far.
Yeah, he'll be having the time of his life.
Yeah.
And I suspect Bob might speculate to you saying, this is great. Do I really need to have the dramas of joining a new racing team?
Yeah.
And start designing for the new. But of course, a man like Newey is so driven, isn't he? What's your view?
He's a very competitive guy. I remember here having an extraordinary conversation after a qualifying session where Red Bull had slightly messed up things. Thierry Boutsen there, the Red Bull had slightly messed up things, and I said, oh, that didn't do that quite right. He absolutely exploded as though it was my fault. I absolutely said they didn't made a complete mess of it. Absolutely went bananas.
Yeah, because Norman's sort of quiet, low-key guy, isn't he? Yeah.
I've treated him with kid gloves ever since. Damned.
Just then, now, Michael Lyons are very close to the barrier.
A kiss, as long as it's only.
It was
as
no
long
kiss.
as it's only a brush.
No kiss. It was an air kiss. And
A moi.
yeah, and Lyons really wringing the neck of this tease.
Lyons not an improvement. Matthew Wrigley set his fastest time in the first sector on this lap. Let's see how he gets on in the second sector. Quite a long second sector, all the way to just before the Rascasse, so only 2 corners in the final sector.
Quite a lot of people tune these Cosworth DFVs. Jeff Richardson being the best known, but actually the Lyons family use a company called High Speed, HY Speed. Yeah. The Lyons now he's got on a quick one.
Yeah, yeah.
And
with 3.5 minutes to go.
yeah, this is his final push, just to make absolutely sure. I mean, I've got the best part, 2 seconds on the field, has Michael Lyons, 7 times a winner around here.
Wrigley possibly improving, we'll see. 136.1 was his previous best, 135.9. He does improve. And Kubota goes quicker again, however, but is still 1.5 seconds behind Lyons. So it's Lyons, Kubota, Wrigley. Improvements from both Kubota and Wrigley, but Lyons is also on schedule to improve on this lap. So is Ewan Sergeson in 4th place. Adrian Fernandez is 5th. Well done to him. David Shaw in 6th. Then Franco Mana's Adrian Newey has gone ahead of Tom Hartley Jr. So he's improved, and Mr. John B completes the top 10.
Yeah, I think Adrian Fernandez did an excellent job in that ex-Pedro Rodriguez BRM. Of course, the next model is the 160, and that one here, of course, with Jean-Pierre Beltoise in the rain.
Yeah, that was my first visit here.
Oh, was it? Oh, I was reporting that race. And
I was doing Formula 3.
Oh, right, yes, I think I first came here to do Formula 3. Just a little bit in front of you.
David Shaw improves his time, I think possibly. Yes, I think he's gone ahead of Ewan Sergeson. So Shaw up to 4th. That's David Shaw rather than Mark Shaw.
Yeah, the gap at the top now is 1.5 seconds Lyons has on Kubota. Both having won this category before. Yellow flags are flying, and
Why should that be at Nogues? That's the final corner.
Yeah.
I think somebody had
maybe somebody faltered and then got going again.
Yeah. Harald Becker was fairly slow through there, so it might have been him. Sergeson improves and is back up into 4th place, back ahead of David Shaw. Been 5th. He had the Eiffel Land March, David Shaw did. That's not his today, is it? Yes, it is, yeah. So he's had that for a while.
Yeah, that car at one stage went back to being a normal march, and then I think they rebuilt the famous bodywork with the central mirror. And there's the red flag. Yeah. So with 53 seconds to go,
yeah,
they definitely won't restart it. There's the royal box up there where they go up to receive the prize, and there's a bit of body work.
That's why we've had the red flag. So they've stopped the session because of the debris on circuit.
Yeah.
What did it come off? It's black.
It's black, yes.
Could it be off a Lotus 72? That's at Tabac, I think.
I think that's a possibility.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, well, absolutely correct.
Yeah. So, yes, off the Lotus 72, and he's deranged the rear wing as well, Katsuaki Kubota. 2nd fastest, but with a damaged car.
I'm sure the classic team, Lotus boys, under Chris Dinning will get that sorted pretty quickly. Their back, the brains trust there is deciding what to do.
So Michael Lyons fastest in that session from Katsuaki Kubota's 2nd. Matthew Wrigley in 3rd place, Ewan Sergeson 4th, David Shaw 5th, and Adrian Fernandez in 6th place. Then Franco Miners 7th, Adrian Newey in 8th place, Tom Hartley Jr. 9th, and then Mr. John of B in 10th place. Nicolas Mathil from Monaco in 11th place. His neighbour Roald Goethe in 12th place, Sean Lynn in 13th place, and Harald Becker completes the 14 for whom we have times. So that's the way the qualifying session for Series D ends. The Formula 1 cars from 66 to 72.
A lot of changes, weren't there, over that period of time?
Yeah.
Both, you know, mechanically, the bodywork particularly, and the aerodynamics of the cars. So anyway, coming up we'll be moving onwards.
I always think of Kubota as a pretty safe pair of hands, so
yes.
I'm sort of surprised at that little excursion, but let's hope there's not too much damage done to the car. So just seeing some of the shots of these drivers. There's Michael Lyons, that's the man who's fastest then in the session.
And he's in the next session as well, is Michael, into the McLaren M26, in which he's won here as well.
So here it is, the highlights for the Series D Grand Prix cars from 66 to 72, 3-litre cars, and a perfect setting for Monaco this weekend. Absolutely perfect, exactly the way we all think of it. There it is, Katsuaki Kubota, the man who starts the session and actually ends the session as well, of course, in the Lotus 72. Rolf Stommelen, the Eiffel Land, which David Shaw drives. The cars come out of the pits and head out to the circuit.
Indeed they do. This magical location here on the Mediterranean, and winding their way past the casino and then down the hill and past the famous Tip-Top Bar. The sun glistening on the harbour, the yachts there. And here's our commentator from France. And looks as if he's going to interview Patrick Dempsey.
handled differently. So it'd be nice to be able to get a chance to test all of them.
You won Le Mans as a team driver. You finished second as a driver. How did you manage to establish all this career in motorsports with the passion and support of Porsche and of course with Tagura?
It really started with my wife giving me a 3-day competition certificate to go to Skip Barber. And then I went to the Panos Racing School and then finished that and then moved up into different series and eventually worked my way to Le Mans. So it took many years. I got a chance to race around the world in the WEC, in Daytona, Sebring, all of those great events. So it was just extraordinary. And in the paddock, the camaraderie and the fellowship, I'm honored to be a part of. And it was a great experience to be at Le Mans and to be able to stand on the podium. That was a dream come true.
I can imagine. Finally, what is the most difficult, being an actor, team manager, or a driver?
I think all of it is different in different disciplines. I think the most enjoyable is the driver, being the driver. The team owner, you don't have as much control and you're always hustling to get money.
Of course, yeah. Well, we pay tribute here in Monaco to Ayrton Senna, one of the greatest drivers in history in Formula One, one of the legends, of course, in Formula One. 30 years after his death, what does Ayrton Senna means for you?
Oh, I think you look at his the limited amount of races that he did, how many poles that he has, one of the greatest drivers of all time. His passion, just the killer instinct when it came to racing. He wanted to win so desperately, but completely different personality off the track. Very special, and I think the way he approached it mentally, the way he approached it with the training and conditioning, it changed how everyone approaches racing. And his lasting legacy, it's hard to believe it's been 30 years since we've lost him. But what a great way to remember him this weekend.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your time, Patrick. And direction la piste pour la Série E, cette fois-ci, série.
Con la sua Lotus 72, peccato, sicuramente riuscirà a ripararla per domani. E siamo pronti perché tra poco entreranno già in corsia box le vetture della classe F, ovvero
à poser vos questions. Il y a Emmanuel et Dominique qui sont là pour répondre.
J'ai envie de dire de connaissances et de sciences aussi. Oui, effectivement, il y a Adrien Nivelle qui est présent. C'est le génie de l'ingénierie.
So next up, Serie E. This is for just a 4-year period from 1973 to 1976, and we can expect, Bob Constantinos, an absolute battle royal in this, because over the recent years, Michael Lyons, who was just seen being fast in the previous session, and Stuart Hall have gone wheel to wheel, and then more recently, Marco Werner, the 3-times winner of Le Mans, he's been in the mix as well in a Lotus, so we can expect a very good battle. Now, last year, well, last time we ran this, 22, Stuart Hall won by just 1.5 seconds after a titanic struggle. But Lyons has won this category in 2012, 2014, 2018 and 2021. So I expect that we'll have Hall, Werner and Lyons, but I also think that Nick Padmore, who's had huge success in the Masters Formula One series in various cars, the man from Horsham, 3 times a Masters F1 champion, he is going to be right up there in it as well. And now, for the first time, we're seeing cars from the Chrome organization in Germany. There's a collector of cars who operates under the Chrome name, and this should be a cracker, as they say. So we're just waiting for the cars to come out for this session, but this is something that's in the past. We even saw Alex Caffey make a comeback to racing, the Italian driver, in Ensign. So he won it in 16, which was a bit of a surprise. But normally, as it was in 18, we'll have Lyons and Hall and Werner all doing battle.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see. There's a tremendous number of drivers and cars in this class. There's some interesting different people as well. So interesting to see Jean-Denis Delatraz, for example.
Yes.
To see also James Davison in number 22. Steve Brooks is out there in 27. Matthew Wrigley again. Stuart Hall as well. So quite a few drivers. We may have seen them before, but we're seeing them again in different cars.
Some of them were some very interesting backstories, and Steve Brooks, particularly one of those. An adventurer, I think you'd call Steve Brooks, wouldn't you? Confusing, there's 3 different racing drivers called Steve Brooks, and this is the British one, the best known of them. There's another French guy that races under the assumed name of Steve Brooks, and then there's a guy that races in New Zealand, there's also Steve Brooks. So this is definitely the British chap, raced recently in the Masters Series in Le Mans. Peugeot's very successfully winning races. A man who's flown from pole to pole in a helicopter. I think Bob knows he's been involved in a team which flew around the world in a Spitfire, and a real adventure, and also a very good driver too. So that's Steve Brooks. We've got the other new, see it for the first time, Mark Davis from Belgium, well-known dealer of racing cars, as the machinery from just this 4-year period heads out onto the pit lane and then up onto the hallowed tarmac that is the Monaco Grand Prix circuit. So Stuart Hall, we mentioned him earlier, but now we're seeing him out on track. Another hugely successful round this track, a 39-year-old from Chelmsford. His dad, Pete, was ICS, sponsored the Andy Rouse cars, also involved with Team Lotus in his latter days. And I first remember Stu way back when he was 16 racing a T car, and he was a joint winner of the championship, I remember, at that first year, and went on to be the Le Mans GTE AM champion with Aston Martin, with Royal Gotha back in 2013. So he looks after a lot of Royal Gotha's cars, and he still takes part in modern racing. It was this year he was in a very nice new Ferrari at the Dubai 24 Hours. Sadly it broke, but I'm sure they'll get that sorted out. And back in 07 he finished 4th overall in Le Mans with Martin Short's team, together with Hal Barbosa, and got a fine career behind him, but around here there's few people quicker than Stuart Hall. So we got Stuart Hall, we got Michael Lyons, and then we got obviously we got the man from Dortmund, Marco Werner. Steeped in motor racing is Marco Werner. Went through a period at Le Mans where he was on the podium 6 years in a row as an Audi factory driver, of course. The final 3 years, I think he went third, second, third, and then 3 victories. So he loves it. Involved in quite a controversy here 3 or 4 years ago when he was battling with Jean Alesi making a comeback in a Ferrari, and Marco, some said Marco Werner missed a gear. Oh, sorry, that Alesi missed a gear. Some say that Werner deliberately tapped him, but Werner was actually demoted to 3rd place after that incident. So he was a bit aggrieved by that, because he is sure that Alesi missed a gear. The team who ran the car is sure he didn't. So there we are. And sort of burst onto the sports car scene way back in 1995 when he went to Daytona, Bob, as a spectator and finished up driving the winning car. And then, of course, his successes at Le Mans, 05, 06, 07. And he's a super nice guy. He got close to Formula One in period. I talked to Ken Tyrrell, and he had a test with Minardi, but of course they wanted money, and so that didn't happen. And Marco, I mean, he started his motor racing career as a teenager. He built his own Formula Ford car with the help of his father's mechanic. The family are in the automotive trade, and you know, he's understated, Marco, but you know, he's had a lot of success. Also won the American Le Mans series for Audi, and most of his success at Le Mans was driving with Emanuele Pirro, who we've seen racing around here in the past. So we'll be underway in a moment. Looking down at, I love the top of that building, which has got the ACM badge built into the roof. That's terrific, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a sort of cocktail area up there as well. I've hosted a cocktail party up at the top of that building, and it was redeveloped. Monaco did the ACM did a big redevelopment a few years ago when they built the new garages as well. Yeah. And actually, right opposite us is a new development as well. So it's a continued work in progress, if you like. So coming up, Series E, Formula One Grand Prix cars of 3 litres from 73 to 76. And you might call it the Stuart Fittipaldi Lauda era, if you like. Yeah,
they named the race after Lauda. Each race is named after a driver that was key to that period. This is the Niki Lauda race. So let's see what happens. And I suppose the sleeper in this is the Australian driver Davison, because he's had quite a lot of success in IndyCar racing, but also more recently I saw him win a fantastic race in a Can-Am car at Goodwood at the end of last year. It was one of the best races I've seen for a long time. So he could be in the mix as well.
Some interesting shadows there, quite interesting shadows that have 3 different models, in fact.
Yes.
The DM1, 3 and 5. Bianchino actually was involved, I think, in an accident yesterday. So whether we're going to see him, it was quite badly damaged, that one that we saw of his, if you remember, going up the hill.
Yes, did he knock a wheel off it?
Well, they all looked a bit squiffy, actually, by the time they finished. And Royal Goethe was involved in that as well. So we'll have to just keep an eye and see if we're going to see those guys. But 25 minutes of qualifying coming up very shortly, and I don't think we've seen Goethe or Bianchini in the pits, so I don't think we're going to see them out there. We'll keep an eye on that, but sadly I think they are non-starters after that accident yesterday. Green flag, qualifying underway. Interesting, the McLaren M26 that Michael Lyons is driving. I remember it wasn't a particularly good car. As you said yesterday, the McLaren M23 was so good that it was quite difficult for an M26 to be actually better.
Yeah, it was raced by James Hunt in period.
Yeah.
But generally the drivers didn't like it as much. But in Michael Lyons' hand, it's a pretty effective beast around here, I can tell you that.
We've got Lucas Halusa, who is the second youngest son of Martin Halusa. I mentioned him earlier on. So he's out in a McLaren M23. Marco Werner, as you say, Lotus 76 for the Chrome Cars team. Royal Goethe, if we see him, will be in a Tyrrell 007. Chris Locke from the USA in a Lotus 77. Nick Padmore in a similar car from Chrome Cars again. And then Mr. John of B in a Ferrari 312T. But now, that does not figure on the list that we've got here. So I'm not certain we're going to see that.
So the Chrome,
is a shame.
Yeah, the Chrome Cars organisation is a guy called Kai Nikolausen, who comes from Lasdorf in Germany, and he's got this big collection of cars. He's got a separate team running it, and they're interesting. They do their own DFE engines. Well,
yes, interesting to hear that they do their own DFEs, because it's quite a specialist thing. There are specialists both in Europe, which we mentioned earlier on, but also in the USA as well, to look after the Masters series that they have over there.
Yeah, I've forgotten the number, how many DFE engines were built in period, but a lot is the answer.
And as we said yesterday, without the DFV, what would there be?
Yeah, I mean, just looking through this, every car in this race got DFE in, hasn't it? I think that is the case.
If the Ferrari isn't here, yeah. Well, there's two Ferraris.
Well, are they running though?
I'm not certain. 11 and 12.
Mr. John
Birani is here.
Yeah, he is here, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. He was a bit of a late entry, wasn't he?
Yeah. Been here in a...
Yeah, so,
already?
Oh, and the front wheel is off that.
Yeah, well and truly.
Can't see from this. Oh, the 12 Ferrari Birani involved in it, maybe. So I think this is full course yellow, if not a red flag.
I think it'll be a red flag to remove that car, unless there's a crane nearby.
Just trying to... Can we see... It's I believe it's a 37. And a 37.
No, that's just completed a lap.
Oh, is it? Because it had stopped on our moving screen, so it started again.
Number 20?
It's at the Williams FW05.
Yeah, I think it is, yes, yeah. Full course yellow. That is, well, somebody who impressed us yesterday, Yutaka Toriba, a Japanese driver who we hadn't actually seen before. And he had impressed us, but sadly, not so impressive this time.
Yeah. When we Googled him, in Japan he raced in a Formula 4 series, which is a sort of young kids feeder series, and then we Googled him a bit more and we found he was 60 years old. But sadly, he's knocked the wheel off that, and I would think this will bring out... I would think maybe the red flag. They're going to have to lift that.
Well, there is a crane fairly close because so many people go off at that particular point.
No, I suppose just while we're seeing the car, Williams FW05, interesting period in Frank Williams' career as the crane comes down. Well spotted, Bob. Frank sold it the first iteration of his Formula 1 team to the Canadian oil magnate Walter Wolff, and he didn't like working for Walter Wolff very much, but this was the last basic car in the first part of Williams' career, and then of course they then moved and Patrick Head joined him and they started, Frank started again, and then they had a march for the first season with Patrick Neville, and then they built the brilliant Williams FW06 and even more brilliant FW07, and we'll see all those racing this afternoon. But strangely enough, Walter Wolff also had a sideline, and he used the brand for aftershave, and they did really well with it. In some countries, wall-to-wall aftershave, complete with a gold W logo on, is still sold. Extraordinary.
So a crane is being brought in, I think.
Yeah.
If possible. There's the grue, as it's called in France. And it looks as though it should be able to get close enough.
Well, it's lifted the front up.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
This is going to dangle,
Yeah.
I think.
Oops.
Well, they got it nicely balanced, look. And
up it goes. So that's well done. Well done, guys. Some people coming out of the house there to claim salvage rights, I expect. And so that Wolf, what a shame, because he had actually done quite well. But what you said about Japanese Formula 4, I commentated, or I announced it the other day at the Japanese Grand Prix, which was, what, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. And indeed, there were a number of youngsters, but some guys who weren't so young as well, who were old enough to be probably their grandfathers, who were also taking part. Why not? It's a cheap formula. Why not?
Sometimes, like for years in America, the Star Master Series had a senior category for older blokes. So I thought it was an excellent idea. But that particular car has been craned away there, was actually raced by Jackie Ickx in the latter part of his career.
Who we may see here. He's very often here. He will certainly be here in a couple of weeks' time. We'll also be talking about Jackie Ickx probably during very briefly, I promise, during the Senna parade as well, because he had a significant role. Green flag, they are racing again. Green flag.
And Lyon's really on it, wasn't he, coming out of the corner there?
Yeah.
So we haven't really got a proper time on the board yet.
No. Now, who have we seen? We haven't seen Goethe and we haven't seen Bianchini. Those are the only two we haven't seen at the moment. And Biorani had that spin, but he is on circuit. He's the only one in the class. Yeah, of course, he would be the only one, because the class 1 with all the blue colour on our screens here is for DFV cars, and of course Biorani is in a Ferrari, which means he is in a different class.
So the surprise here really is James Davison from Australia, grandson of a famous Australian driver called Lex Davidson, who raced in Formula 1, and third-generation racing driver, and has raced mainly in the States, and was thought he was really going places, but he sort of bulked down in IndyCar racing, did James, but more recently got himself into historic racing. He's a terrific competitor, so he could be the surprise package, racing a car owned by Brad Hoyt, who is now supporting him. In fact, when he raced at Goodwood, I told you this terrific race in this Can-Am car, that was a Hoyt car, and again he was put into the car at the last moment with no testing. So we could have 3 or 4 people really at the front of this. 8th place, Doug Mockett, loves Tyrrells, been a huge supporter of this meeting for years. Made money in the office, and sort of desks and things like that, I believe, or certainly office equipment anyway. And Doug, a huge enthusiast.
Padmore fastest in the 130, high 132s. Lyon second in the mid 133s. Werner in third spot, high 133s. And then a big gap to Lucas Halusa in 4th place.
And all those 3 cars coming out of the Chrome stable. So there might got to be a bit of inter-team rivalry there between those 3. I think Vernon's driven for them longer than anyone else. Talking to Nick yesterday, absolutely loves racing for this team.
Not the first time we've seen the Chrome cars.
No.
1, 2, 3.
No, absolutely. So anyway, on a quick lap now is Nick Padmore. And in the Lotus 77.
Padmore with quite a lot of racing, Lyons with a lot of racing, Werner with a lot. It's really quite a lot just to jump out of one car, get in another, isn't it?
Yeah.
And different performance, different grip, different all sorts of things, different aero levels, different feel to the car. It must not be easy just jumping from one to another.
So we're talking about a category here when the designers are starting to work, particularly at Lotus, on full downforce with the high aero cars, and, but this was just before this, and the 77 of the car, the great Gunnar Nilsson, of course, died of cancer, and the Swede, he raced this particular car that Padmore is in, had a couple of podiums in that, in Spain and Austria, and I think Mario Andretti also used this car to win in Japan in 76, when Hunt, of course, won the World Championship, and Nicky pulled off. We saw it all dramatised in the Rush film, but this is a famous car. But Stuart Hall has now gone quicker, and
well, only by 0.17 of a second,
yeah.
but well done to Stuart Hall, because he's to actually stay there will be difficult. He's in the McLaren M23.
Yeah.
There's the Team Lotus car, Marco Werner, and behind it is Nick Padmore trying to thread his way past one of the Penskes. There's about 2 or 3 Penskes, 2 in this race, of Stanley Fulton and Matthew Wrigley.
And the Stuart Hall car was raced by the charismatic American Peter Revson from the Revlon Cosmetic Foundry. We're really proud to have known him, and he had a lot of success in that particular car.
We always think of Revson and Revlon,
yeah.
And yet Revson, did he race a Yardley BRM? Was Yardley part of Revlon?
No, it wasn't. Well, I think he did, but there you are.
Yeah.
And of course he killed at Kyalami in a testing accident. That car was driven by lots of famous people, lots of world champions. Denny Holm raced it, Emerson Fittipaldi raced it, and also Jochen Massa, and even David Hobbs at the end of that season. David Hobbs, whose book I ghosted, and still a fine reader. Give it a little plug, a little hobbo. David's still doing well. Recently sold his big Milwaukee Honda dealership.
So just to go back to the track action, that's Stuart Hall leading, and behind him in the background is Jean-Denis Delatraz, the Swiss driver whose son also races and has been in Formula 2 for many years, but has moved over to sports cars this year. And I think you said he won last weekend?
No, he won the Sebring 12 Hours.
Sebring 12 Hours.
Yeah, in April.
Louis Delatraz, the son.
Yeah. So we got the Hall, Padmore, Werner, and 0.7 a second between the 3, and then Michael Lyons, and then Davison, and then Halusa. Delatraz there in 9th place, and I don't see anybody further down is likely to move up. And Steve Brooks, the adventurer we mentioned, in 7th place. That's pretty good for Steve. But Hall just going a little bit quicker.
Yes, he could well be going quicker. As I said, the margin was 0.27 of a second between Hall and Padmore. That's likely to open up this time. Hall's fastest time of 1:32.2, and he completes this lap with a 1:30. I'm waiting. 1:32.2 it stays. In fact, he lost time in the final sector, so it was not an improvement.
Yeah. Saw him held up, actually.
Traffic, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
but that middle sector is the fastest middle sector he's seen all morning.
Yeah.
46.6 seconds. A couple of people coming into the pits. Werner's in the pits. Davison is in the pits. We'll make a few slight adjustments. Stuart still stuck behind that number 15 arrows at the moment, or shadow size. Tony Seiler. Tony Seiler's been racing for the best part of 40 years, I think. So Swiss, very successful Lola T70s in historic racing. Tony's got a big body shop in Switzerland, and also race prep business.
Well, it's interesting that Stuart Hall is really upsetting the apple cart, or at least the Chrome Cars apple cart at the moment, leading Padmore, Werner and Lyons.
That's right, in a Rothgo prepared car.
Yeah. Rothgo, we're not certain what it's, I mean, Roald Goethe, but what the F is in the middle, I'm not certain.
Unless his middle name is something starting with F, of course, it might work. Oh, we must ask Stuart about that.
Based in Hampshire.
Yeah.
And in fact, Roald Goethe, he is in the oil and gas industry, and he started his collection really with Gulf-sponsored cars. And
just loves them. He then had a silver collection as well, mainly road cars, luscious road cars. I think he might have disposed of that, but he's always looking for Gulf cars. And but basically, the company were commodity dealers, but they dealt mainly in oil, as you say. I think he's out of that now. Very busy around here, though, isn't it, Bob? Look at this.
Well, yeah, you know, a driver will try and get out of the way, but just sometimes can't. And that Embassy Lola, or the Hill, I'm not certain if it was a Lola. No, that wasn't James Davis.
Yeah, they started with Lolas, didn't they? Have moved on to Embassies.
I'm sure
they built their own cars, yeah.
It could have been Steve Brooks, I suppose, but I'd be surprised. Otherwise, it's James Davison in the Hill.
Well, he was originally entered in a Hill, but they changed from 21 to 22, didn't he? Yeah, he is in a Hill. Yeah, he's in Bradley Hoyt's Hill, GH1 for Graham Hill. And Hall's still piling on the pressure, you know. He knows that it's getting a lot of we'll get a lot of opposition from the 3 cars from the Chrome group.
Getting towards the sharp end of the session with 7.5 minutes to go. Hall does not improve on that lap, but he's not very far off it. Only 0.8 of a second off an improvement. Green flag, which probably means there's a red somewhere, or not a red, or a yellow, of somebody who's gone up the escape road at Saint-Divot, I suspect.
I like that Yardley colour scheme. I don't know about you. I think it was always worked very effectively. There's a chap called Dennis Matthews, if you remember, was the Martin Cartwright was helped promote it. Do you remember Martin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, here's the Hesketh slowing down.
That's James Hagan.
That's James Hagan. And that's it. Early Hesketh, of course. And
so Lyons quick on this lap in the first sector, so we'll have to keep an eye on the second sector. Lyons at the moment in 4th place. James Davison next behind him, not very far away. It's actually quite close until you get down to Matthew Wrigley in 7th and Stephen Brooks in 8th place. And there's a bit of a gap there of 1.7 seconds, 2.7 seconds there, the gap between the two. So a bit of a hole. Lyons, personal best in the first and second sectors. Sliding it out of Nogues and completes the lap, and an improvement. Yes, an improvement in terms of time, but stays where he is in terms of position.
Yeah, so a strong lap for Michael Lyons, but he's still surprisingly not in the top 3. But then this is so competitive at the top end, isn't it?
Very much so in this race. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to this tomorrow. All these races, of course, will be live streamed tomorrow, all 8 of them.
Hall still fastest, 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
There's Werner with his purpley crash helmet. Man from Dortmund.
Interesting rear wing, isn't it? Double rear wing. Because, of course, after a while here, they started adding on all sorts of bits of bodywork to try and get more and more downforce around the circuit.
Yeah.
And the cars looked like they'd come out of Halfords. There were so many bits hanging on off here and there.
But, of course, Colin Chapman and his team were starting to think about ground effects then.
Yeah. And later, of course, we got things like X-Wings.
Yes. But so when we get to our final group this afternoon, the G, there we see ground effect cars.
Yeah.
It made a huge difference with the sliding skirts and all that stuff. But meanwhile, these are relying on the force of the wings. Still a lot of mechanical grip. And
into the top 10 is Guillaume Roman from France in the Ensign N175. So that's, I think, our first Ensign in the top 10.
Ensign, a company run by a chap called Maurice Nunn, is no longer with us, but hugely enthusiastic racer to start with, and in a junior Formula race for Colin Chapman at Team Lotus, then started to build fabulous Formula 3 cars in 1970-ish, and then went on. A chap called Ricky Von Opel came along and wanted a Formula 1 car built, because Ricky had been very successful in the Ensign Formula 3 cars. He funded Maurice Nunn to build the first Formula 1 car, which is still racing now. And Maurice ran the cars. He had various sponsors, people like American Chuck Jones, friend of mine, put some money into the outfit, and they built nice cars. But this particular event, bit of a mistake there.
For Michael Lyons.
Yeah, it shows how hard he was trying.
Yeah.
And
he's only got one other go at it.
But the Ensign did in 16, an Ensign, not sure if it's this one, won the race here with Alex Caffey, the one of the Italian former Formula 1 driver at the wheel. It was a bit of a surprise. So Stuart Hall still on a mission, isn't he?
Yeah, fastest time in the first sector. Not an improvement in the second sector.
No, way off there, way off.
Yeah, but he's actually improved his time, a 1:31.8, so he's gone a little bit quicker. So he's now 0.7 of a second ahead of Nick Padmore in second place. Marco Werner is just under 0.4 slower in third. And then Michael Lyons in fourth place, a further 0.3 behind. James Davison in fifth. Lucas Halusa in sixth place. Good effort from the young Austrian driver.
I think it's a great effort by Davison. I'm sure he may have tested, he hasn't raced that car before. And there he is on a 1:33.6. And when you think about the car, it wasn't very successful in period, was it?
No, exactly. Not like in a McLaren M23, which is all the Lotuses.
So the Graham Hill starting his own team, started with Lolas, and they built on it. The popular British driver Ian Flux was, I think, part of that Ensign. I know he was part of that Ensign team. Got a very intriguing, interesting book out relatively recently. Fluxy.
And the Monegas driver Lajoux, Frederic Lajoux, up into the top 10 now as well.
Just a minute to go, Bob. I think Stuart Hall's going to stay on the pole, isn't he?
Looks like it.
Padmore isn't having to push as far as I can see. Werner's just on another lap. And Michael Lyons, yeah, they've all got probably get one more lap in. And Padmore has gone purple in the first sector. So Padmore is having a big push. Can he just nick it away? Well, it's quite a bit. He's got to make up 0.7 of a second. So that's quite a bit round here. And let's see what Padmore's middle sector time is. But of course, it always, the problem he might get caught up in back markers. Hope he's got a clear racetrack to give it maximum. So Nick Padmore, with all the success of him for years, he was sort of hired hand at the sort of radical level. There's the Prince has arrived. Look,
Le Prince Albert.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In race control. Oh, look at that. 0.004 of a second. Stuart Hall quicker than Nick Padmore in the first sector. 0.004 of a second. That's it. Nothing at all. James Davison, also a personal best in the first sector.
And Padmore just finishing a lap now. And let's see what he crosses the line at.
On the checkered flag. Absolutely on the checkered flag. Not an improvement for Padmore. He stays in second at the moment.
Yeah, that was a 33-1 from Padmore. Yeah, just seeing Prince Albert there. He's quite a sportsman, very much involved in bobsleigh racing and so on, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in the Olympics, I think.
I believe he was, yeah. I think.
James Davison improved his time, but stays in 5th place, but he's very much in touch with those ahead. Lyons has come into the pits, has not improved. And Werner is on a quick lap, so is Stuart Hall. Stuart Hall is definitely going to improve, and that's going to be a brilliant effort. A 131.8 becomes a 131.6 for Stuart Hall. So he goes fastest by nearly 9/10 of a second. In fact, by 9/10 of a second, ahead of Nick Padmore.
In 21, there was a terrific battle when Lyons won by 0.7 a second over Hall, and just looking back, Lyons won this race when he was driving the Hesketh 308E, a family car. He won it in 12 and 14, so you know, this has been his class. I mean, he's won it 4 times in the past, but outshone now, and not even in the top 3. Well, good drive by Davis. I think this is going to be one of our highlight races, don't you, Bob? It's going to be terrific. Love seeing this in my period, really, for Formula One. I reported these races, as you did, of course. And mega cars, not too complicated. And yeah, for me, that M23 is one of the most beautiful racing cars. Put that next to a current Formula One car, there's no choice in my book. And a current Formula One car is about 50% bigger.
That's the problem, isn't it? I think, particularly here.
But that's rules, isn't it? And they have built the cars in the rules, and the rules say you've got to package all this stuff and all the electronics and electric motors and all that.
Quick word about Marco Fumigalli from Italy, who has got into the top 10.
Oh, well done to him.
Yeah. Steve Brooks in 10th place.
So Fumigalli in the end sign. I do wonder if that's the one that Caffey raced here. It's a car that was actually raced by nobody will remember him, but Roloff Wunderink. He failed to qualify the car here, and sponsored by the Dutch alarm system company, HB Bewakking, I think it was called. And Gijs van Lennep also raced the car. So another Dutchman who won Le Mans, actually, and a charming guy. Still around, see him occasionally. And ensign N174. But yeah, that was a cracking qualification session. So we've had a fine morning, haven't we, of qualifying, starting, well, 8:15. You know, we've been going 4 hours now here.
So here are the highlights for Series E Formula One Grand Prix cars of 3 litres from 1973 to 1976. And there's the green flag for the start of this qualifying session. 25 minutes of qualifying for these Grand Prix cars. Very much an era of Fittipaldi, of Stewart, of Lauda as well. And McLarens, particularly the McLaren M26 there of Michael Lyons, very much in with the mix, and there's a trio of Lotuses snapping at his heels as well. It's just a matter of who is going to go ahead, obviously, and claim pole position. 3 Lotuses driven by Nick Padmore, Marco Werner and Michael Lyons. So who was it going to be? Sorry, not Michael Lyons. Nick Padmore Marco Werner in the Chrome Cars Lotuses. And Stuart Hall in the McLaren was the one who went quickest there. The two Lotuses, Padmore and Werner. Just 2 Lotuses rather than 3 that I mentioned. But it was number 33, Stuart Hall, who really set the pace in the McLaren. And an excellent effort from him in Roel Goethes' McLaren. And it was he who claimed pole position.
C'est en direct, c'est pas enregistré.